Morning and welcome to welcome to this rather controversial episode. It seems that in 10 days of the conflict, NATO has shipped around 20,000 volunteers, which is to say special forces because conscription makes you a poor soldier. And the averaged out amount of gifts based on what I've heard NATO nations give and what it amounts to if you get like 5,000 bulletproof vests a day and like two military hospitals a day from a single country. And from what I can, in my civilian view, which admittedly isn't much, gather about how much Ukraine is getting a day, they're getting about a brigade a day. It will take them more time than the time it will take for the West to ship to Ukraine or Ukraine to completely understand what they're being given. Because the soldiers they have do understand the concept of militia formation, but they aren't, as far as I can tell, yet completely geared towards a, I would call it defense in scrappy, in that if you get 5,000 bulletproof vests, you have the option of finding 5,000 soldiers and giving each one a bulletproof vest, or giving 2,000 bulletproof vests away in exchange for 3,000 miscellaneous small arms, and then you have 3,000 more soldiers with bulletproof vests and small arms. So they aren't considering this in terms of defense and scrappy in the amounts yet that we would like them to consider. But they are doing well. Because one brigade a day isn't much, but if they can, with current rate of equipment donations, which is predicted to slightly increase over time, at least for the first couple of months, you'll be getting something along the lines of a Army Corps in 2 weeks. So you'll get about 4 Army Corps of, from NATO if you manage to hold on for 2 months. Naturally, you can't hold on if Russia fully mobilizes, but we don't know if they're capable of that right now. Putting 25 million Russians into arms a la Soviet style. We don't know if they're capable of doing that at the moment. If not, if you can hold on until you get those 4 Army Corps, you will be able to defend yourself indefinitely. But if they manage to either cripple your government or hinder the perception that you're fighting in a way that allows us to safely send you stuff without the guys in the logistics of sending it to you getting attacked by you or by them, or well, by the war itself. If you can keep those two paths open, the amount of volunteers and weapons you get is pretty enormous, which is why I'm mostly worried about anybody's perception that Ukraine is being the bad guy. So there is one particular instance I would like to draw attention to. You, in your mobilization, said that anyone between the ages of 18 and 60, if they are male, is expected to stay in the country. And I believe with your population pool and lack of weapons that is counterproductive. I believe you should allow people to escape the country regardless of age and gender, and you should encourage them strongly to stay and fight, to resist, even if just shouting at the Russians, because that's, a part of resisting. But if they choose that they must leave, then they must leave. And you shouldn't stay in the way of that. If you do, and the public perception starts to change, you could be seeing a drastic decrease in the weapon shipments. If it starts to appear like both parties are acting like bullies and want their population to die for them, then it'll be bad. We will naturally support Ukraine more due to the fact that it's the small country. We prefer to support the small participant against the large. And by we, I mean the guys who, yeah, Iraq war, right? How about EU of the Islamic world? Okay, it doesn't sound like a bad idea. Good, then you're a Nazis. Iraq war. Ay, 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 ay. How about the dictator who produces the most oil and sells it and doesn't give a crap about human rights and anything like that? Then you're in NATO. The Iraq war. Good, 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 good. That was a good shit show. But right now, we support the smaller party. We did back then as well. So a brigade a day is roughly at the limits of what we were expecting America to be able to ship across the Atlantic in a day. So it roughly matches, which is why they had to keep such a large army in Europe to delay the taking off the western coast of Europe's port facilities, which would allow the shipping of more troops in. We never doubted that once the Western world becomes mobilized, the supply of manpower will be infinite. That was never a question. The question was our ability to ship them to the front lines, the logistics, keep them well fed in the front line, keep them well armed in the front line. That was the question. And we were looking at a brigade a day. And our quality to be used in the field was special forces. Fully volunteer, only with previous military experience. That's what we were looking at. The volunteers that don't have military experience are by the Ukrainian army gently told to drive refugees from Ukraine to somewhere else. To do the following: go to a Ukraine refugee depot, pick up as many people as they can, drive as far west as they can, fill their car with as many goods in the west that they didn't see in the refugee camp in the east, and drive again. That's what we are asking the non-military experienced people who want to volunteer to do, because in some cases you will still be driving into very close to the war zone. So there may not be artillery, but there is 250,000 mistreated, underfed people rummaging about without passports for the most part. So you will be driving into the ghetto. But that is enough risk for the old ladies and young boys who want to do this. But the middle-aged men with military experience, we're seeing 20,000 in 10 days, which amounts to about a brigade a day. About a brigade a day. It's about 3,000 guys a day. Sweden alone shipped, or was it Germany or Finland? Might have been Finland. 5,000 bulletproof vests, 2,000 helmets, and 2 military hospitals. That's enough for about a brigade. Then we'll wait for maybe 2 weeks to a month, look at what's available in the foreign market that's superior to what we have in our own country, and buy because military expenditure is going up during a crisis like this, and then ship this stuff that's now out of date to Ukraine. Considering our F-18s that are top of the line are almost out of date, it might be newer than they expect. The US is talking with Poland about Poland sending its all of its old Soviet era fighters, in which the Ukrainians have actually flown and know how they operate and have the air personnel to operate to Ukraine. So US will send F-series fighters to Poland, because Poland and these other countries used to hold on to their Soviet era gear because it was basically the only way to show the West how to train against Soviet era fighters. But now that there's like actual field data on how F-series fighters fights against Russian MiGs and Sukhoi series fighters in the air due to the Ukrainian war, we no longer need the training data from the Ukrainian era fighters, which we might as well actually ship to Ukraine. Now, if Poland, being roughly thought of as the largest east of Germany, what you would call Eastern European NATO member, we can expect that if Poland agrees and actually gets a good deal, that the others are very much watching for it. They might not get a good deal from America because that's something that sometimes happens. But if they do get a good deal out of America, then we're looking at Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, possibly Greece, but I don't know how many old Soviet era fighters are in Greece, possibly Turkey, but they're pretty close aligned with Russia, even though they're criticizing NATO for lack of action, so they might actually do it. And some of the Baltic states and Slovakia and possibly even Czechland, the Czech Republic, shipping their old fighters to Ukraine. That will give the Ukrainian Air Force some amount of capability, but maintaining air superiority over their own terrain is still out of the question. But contesting enemy superiority in areas that are likely covered by the enemy air force and committing your air force to limited counteroffensive operations might very well be accomplished. Supporting your major ground pushes that also have a large amount of your anti-air capabilities in low air combat in a way that is coordinated arms might still be accomplished, so that you draw with your fighters the enemy fighters to a low air encounter out of the range of high altitude radars and missile systems, and you have your ground force know which planes to engage with their missiles, and you create kill zones on the ground. You might be able to do events like that here and there, but for the most part, the Russians control the air. The ground battle is still undecided. It is clear that the Ukrainians, when they looked at their land, decided to do a city-based offensive. In the Winter War, I will show you some maps, actually. Here's the most up-to-date Ukrainian map. I will actually show you this day fully so you can see what I mean by the ground war being undecided. They were trying to encircle the Ukrainians here, and they gently pushed the entire Russian spearhead back, and that's not attacking a flank, that's attacking a spearhead. And then the Russians started compressing the pocket from weak corners one at a time, which goes to show how strong the Ukrainians still are. The siege of Mariupol is still going on despite it being like in its fifth day, and this area was light cities, except basically from Mykolaiv. Even Kherson was a light city, but it's in a very strategic position. That's why it was talked about a lot. It was the southern crossing of the Dnieper River. And I thought that these pockets were in danger, but the Ukrainians have clearly proven that they can push the Russian spearhead back infield. And the Russians are doing this where they're expanding one region at a time and doing like a slow expanse. They're focusing on a single front at a time. And here they're pushing against, and here Ukraine is pushing against. And the Battle of Kiev is going on. So here you can roughly see that the Ukrainians are still able to deflect, in not only like put up a fight, but able to take the Russian spearhead that is trying to encircle a relatively small group of Ukrainians head on and push it back and force the Russians to go through like prepared defenses instead of being able to encircle them. And they haven't, the Ukrainians, defended the very frontier because in their country it would be very difficult to do. It's flat land. Finland is forest and swamp and rugged terrain, very unsuited for motorized or mechanized. So defending the border is actually quite easy. Ukraine is flatlands that is very suited for tanks. So getting into a large field engagement on the border where the Russian supply is good and they're surrounded by friendly population is not a good idea. You need to go a little bit deeper into the country. The reason the Finns didn't go to City War is pretty much stated here. I will look for it.
Resulting in the 56 to secure their grip over their two large motti and repel any relief attempts by the rest of the 18th Division.
Let's watch for a while.
Temperatures below minus 40 degrees Celsius were taking a heavy toll on both sides, but especially on Task Force Bumblebee. Once the two motti were secure, the Finns started their advance south in encirclement of the 168th Division. By January 9th, Task Force Dragon had occupied the Kotyselka hamlet, cutting off the Soviet supply route to Pitkerenda, while Hanuksala proceeded to Pakitsanmaki, a small hillock overlooking the Pitkerenda road. The next day, both forces joined at Korinoya and captured the town, thus preventing their foes from escaping southwards. Although the Finns had created 11 independent motti between Kittilä and Korinoya, the encircled Soviet forces defended their ground with great tenacity. Furthermore, the Soviets were bolstered by a large number of pack animals and were still being supplied by air, so they weren't going to be starved into submission. A week later, the Finns had managed to strengthen their position along the Pitkerenda road, but the Soviets were still resisting tooth and nail. When Hägglund was reinforced by the 64th Regiment, he immediately created Task Force Race to strike at the new enemy formations approaching Pitkerenda from the southeast. This was the 11th Rifle Division, commanded by Pyotr Borisov, and their attempts to re-establish a connection with Pitkerenda would fail throughout January and early February. On January 22nd, Hanuksala started an attack against the western Lemeti motti. The following day, the Finns occupied one of the Soviet fortified bases, but the offensive wouldn't see much progress overall. On January 27th, Hägglund ordered a renewed attack to be carried out by several small assault forces. These were largely unsuccessful, but one of them managed to capture 2 heavy mortars. With these deadly weapons, the Finns split the enemy forces and reduced them by February 4th. Further west, Task Force RAM had managed to encircle the 208th and 316th Regiments in early February. Despite the Finns' relentless attacks, the Soviets managed to resist submission, and on February 17th, they attempted a breakout. This action would decisively fail, and the Soviets would be cut down almost to a man. On February 5th, the 11th Division was ambushed by Task Force Race, and Borisov himself perished in the struggle. Leaderless, the 11th ceased all their attempts at relieving their fellow countrymen and adopted a passive stance instead. Further to the northeast, where the Finnish 12th Division had barely managed to halt the Soviet advance against the Lamola crossroads, the Finns continued to offer dogged resistance at the Kola River. Colonel Lauri
Keep in
Tiainen
mind,
had
we're
very
like
few
10
forces,
kilometers
but he
into
needed to
Finland at this
reinforce
point.
his fellow countrymen to the south, with the objective of cutting off the rest of the 18th Division. On January 12th, Tiainen created Task Force Tiger to assault the Soviet strongpoints at Urman. By January 17th, Tiger's 2 battalions had managed to cut off the road on both sides of the village, while the rest of Colonel Tiainen's forces proceeded to take control of the Urma road, creating 3 new moti. Just like in Lameti, however, the Soviets resisted fiercely, preventing Task Force Tiger from capturing their objective. Back at Kola, the depleted Finns were reinforced by the 23rd Division. But when the Soviet offensive on the Karelian Isthmus began, only the 69th Regiment could be spared to remain on this front. By the end of the month, the 69th was already fighting over the frozen river when Tiainen fell ill, so command of the division was reassigned to Colonel Antero Svensson. This man would soon face a perilous situation as the Soviets regrouped for a new offensive. On February 12th, Soviet High Command reinforced the 11th Division with the 34th Motorized Division, and both forces were reorganized into the 15th Army under Commander Mikhail Kovalyov, with the objective of renewing the offensive against.
Keep in mind that Soviet units are usually named one larger than their Western compatriots. So when I say 1 brigade, it's not like 1-to-1 one Soviet division, but in this case you can see that 2 divisions are formed to make an army when it's usually a corps instead of an army at 2 divisions.
The Pitcairn Road. As further attacks on Pitcairn failed, Kovalyov would be replaced by Vladimir Kurtchimov, and the Soviet High Command sent them the 144th and 119th Motorized Divisions as reinforcements, although their arrival would be seriously delayed. On March 6th, Kurtchimov ordered the 34th to start a general offensive on the Pitcairn Road. The Finns were entrenched on the islands south of Koirinoja, and a bloody struggle ensued, but despite the heroic Finnish resistance, the 34th was highly successful, capturing the large Petäjäsaari Island and the key Maksimansaari Island. Over the next few days, the last of the islands were cleared, and a supply route could be finally established to the 168th Division, encouraging them to continue to resist Finnish attacks. Meanwhile, the Finns retreated to Koirinoja, where they established solid defensive positions. These positions would hold on until the end of the war against the full might of the 15th Army. The retaking of the supply lines, however, brought much hope and courage to the encircled Soviets. In early February, the Soviets trapped around Navayarbi succeeded in a breakout, getting 810 men to safety. But not every attempt would be so successful. At Lake Sariabi, the Soviets had all been killed or captured after their breakout failed at the end of the month. The 2 moti at Uma and Sira, meanwhile, would hold on with dogged resistance until the end of the war, without attempting any escape. On February 28th, the 18th Division's headquarters at the eastern Lameti moti attempted their own breakout under the cover of night. The Finns were taken by surprise, but they managed to inflict 400 casualties on the fleeing Soviets. Although the Soviets managed to break through the Finnish line, they ended up encountering heavy Finnish opposition on the shores of Lake Vuotanejärvi, where the division command was destroyed. Only 1,200 soldiers managed to escape, 900 of them wounded. The 18th Division ended up suffering over 9,000 casualties, the heaviest on any unit in the entire war. In contrast, The 168th Division continued to offer fierce resistance around their perimeter until the end of the war, although suffering heavy casualties as well. After the victory at the Pitcairn Road, the Soviet Eighth Army had more forces available to reinforce the Kola River front. Towards the end of February, Commander Grigory Stern had amassed 6 divisions to carry out a renewed offensive against the Finnish positions, including the 1st Rifle Corps that had retreated from the Battle of Elayabi. Stern's plan was for the 1st Corps to attack in a 3-division-wide front to prevent any encirclements, while the 14th Rifle Corps to the south flanked the Finnish defenses and enveloped them. On March 2nd, the Soviets started their offensive with a preliminary bombardment. By midday, the 3 divisions of the 1st Corps and the 128th Motorized Division from the 14th started their advance. Despite the great superiority in numbers that the Soviets enjoyed, Colonel Svensson had prepared for such an assault, setting up barbed wire obstacles and arranging his forces in defensive positions to take advantage of the deep snow. The frontal assault of the 1st Corps failed, but the 128th to the south fared a little better, as after crossing the Kola River, the Soviets managed to advance to the eastern ridge of Lake Henetsoyampi. The following day, the 1st Corps resumed its attack, breaking through the barbed wire at some points. But the Soviets suffered massive losses for little gain, as the Finns killed everyone that managed to make it to the breach. High Command was furious at this failure, and after a few days of recovery, they ordered Stern to start the offensive again on March 7th. In a change of plans, the 87th Rifle Division of the 14th Corps was reassigned to support the 1st Corps' assault, while the 128th started to turn directly northwards in an attempt to fold the Finnish lines in on themselves. After a preliminary bombardment, the 1st Corps renewed its offensive. This time, the 56th Rifle Division managed to cross the Kola River and establish a bridgehead while repelling several Finnish counterattacks. Their courageous effort would be in vain, though, as the other Soviet divisions were stalled in the deep snow. In the end, the defenders managed to push back the 56th and regain their main defensive line. The Finns continued to resist the Soviet attacks in the following days, but despite receiving reinforcements, on March 10th, the Soviets finally took control of the defenses along the river. Meanwhile, Svensson sent the 34th Regiment to stop the 128th Division, which managed to slow down the Soviet advance. And in the north, the 75th Rifle Division finally took their hill objective, repelling Finnish counterattacks to retake this vantage point and breaking through the defenses on the Loimolo Road. By now, however, the 56th Division was too depleted and had to be relieved by the 87th Division. Despite Finnish maneuvers to stop the 87th in its tracks, this division had joined the 56th on March 12th to start their attack on the road. Although the southern Soviet assault had failed, the breaches in the north and center of the line forced the Finns to abandon almost all of their positions along the Kola River. But as they were retreating, Svensson decided against any further retreat and started preparing a combined counterattack to regain the river front. This counteroffensive, however, would be prevented by the end of the war. Despite Soviet success on the previous day, the battle had not ended in victory for either side. This would be crucial for the negotiation of a ceasefire, as Mannerheim needed the Kola line to hold on to gain a better bargaining position. It was on this front that the prodigious sniper Simo Helha fought, serving in the 6th 4th Regiment. Although Helha himself didn't keep track of his own achievements, his comrades did. Early in December, he had managed to kill 51 enemy soldiers in just 3 days, which was unbelievable even to his superiors. The Finnish officials then placed him with an official observer that attested to 542 confirmed kills in a space of just 100 days. Through his service, he would be promoted to junior sergeant while dispatching many troublesome enemy snipers. The legend of his prowess and achievements soon extended throughout all the known world, and he became known to the Soviet soldiers as the Great Death. On March 6th, while adopting a high-knee shooting position, Helhau was shot in the face with an explosive bullet, which pierced his left cheek. Although he was proclaimed dead, he actually survived and managed to recover with the help of 10 operations. He would never return to frontline service though, and he would go on to live until the age of 96, finally dying in April 2002.
Haaveiletko uudesta keittiöstä? Kannattaa lisätä overia haaveihin. Toteuta keittiöunelmasi nyt.
Further north, Group Talvala had managed to stabilize its situation at the Itayoki line, as the 1st Rifle Corps was ordered to retreat for the renewed assault against the Kola River. As a reward, Colonel Paavo Talvala would be promoted to Major General for his success and determination. But in February, their northern position at Lieksa was threatened by the elite soldiers of the 54th Mountain Rifle Division advancing against the town of Kumo. Led by Commander Nikolai Gusevsky, if the 54th could breach the Finnish defenses, they could drive south in a pincer movement against Lieksa or north against Suomussalmi. In fact, it is in Lieska where one of the least known battles of the Winter War took place.
The
Almost
other
200
supply line
kilometers to the
to
northwest of
the
Eklajärvi,
Karjala
Gusevsky
region.
had sent the
Other was through
529th
Viipuri.
Rifle Regiment in a two-pronged attack to capture the critical crossroads of Lieksa. The town was defended by the North Karelia Group under Colonel Erkki Rapinen, although this was just a small force composed of 3 battalions. In the morning of November 30, the Soviet battalion attacked the southern Inari Guard post, while the main bulk of the 529th advanced through the northern Kivivara road. After evacuating Inari, the Finns retreated to Palkinjärvi for the night, where they were reinforced by a Finnish battalion, and then continued on to the Visikajärvi line, where they set up a strong defensive position that managed to halt the Soviet advance. Yet in the north, Rapana was facing a more perilous situation, with the 529th and the Finnish 12th and 13th battalions clashing over the frozen Lake Anikainen. As the Finns saw their efforts to counterattack thwarted on December 3rd, they would be finally forced to retreat to Lake Pyrinjärvi. The Finns would then quickly fortify their new stations at the Puru line, and these would manage to be strong enough to stop the Soviet progress. While the Russians were stymied in front of the Finnish defenses, Rapana would prepare for a general counter-offensive against the 529th. On December 24th, Christmas Eve, the day finally came to counterattack. On Visikajärvi, the Soviets were soundly retreated back to the other side of the border with haste. And on the Pyrinjärvi, Rapana's forces executed a Moti tactic by cutting off the road behind the enemy. Taken by surprise by the unprompted Finnish maneuver, the 529th broke off before the Finns could accomplish their goal, and then withdrew back to their starting point. Yet when the Finns arrived at the border by December 26th, they were surprised to find the enemy stations empty. This was because the 529th had withdrawn completely from the front lines, and now the road was clear for the Finns. One day later, Rapana's men would reach Kivivara, where they would remain in protection of the road south to Lieksa until the end of the war. The Soviet attack on the Lieksa region had been defeated, but now Gusevsky's 54th Division was threatening again to break the Finnish lines and advance over the North Karelia Group with the full might of his motorized division. In the previous months, the 25th Regiment had managed to halt the advance of Gusevsky's forces with the execution of small-scale guerrilla attacks. But once Colonel Hjalmar Salasvuo from the North Finland Group had secured victory at Suomussalmi and the Rate Road, he was ordered to take his 9th Division to the defense of Kumo. By the end of January, when Salasvuo
In my Scandinavian Union model, I can say that 10 years after unification, if we build to have a field army, we will have 1.5 million soldiers in the field. If it starts today, we could consider 250,000, and then in a week, perhaps 500,000, and then slowing down to 1.5 million armored and special forces, not just infantry.
Arrived at the front, Kisevsky's forces had already dug defensive positions along a 45-kilometer road. Salasvo would use the same Moti tactics that he used back in Rate, preparing ice roads and setting jumping-off points for his soldiers. Salasvo's men were highly experienced in these Moti tactics, and on January 29th, the soldiers would start to execute the encirclements. In a matter of hours, Kisevsky's men would be surrounded by 5 Motis, suffering tremendous losses. The following day, the bulk of the 9th Division was engaged in pinning down the trapped 54th soldiers, while Colonel Johan Mäkiniemi led a strike force to capture the strategic Lutavara Hill, preventing any further Soviet relief attempts from the east. When the hill was captured on January 31st, General Choikov assembled a task force of 2 ski battalions to dislodge the Finns from Lutavara. But this task force was catastrophically disorganized, and over the next few days, Mäkiniemi destroyed the ski battalions almost to a man. The Soviets, though, still regrouped at Kilpalankangas and prepared to renew their assault, which alarmed Salasvo. He sent several attacks against this position until the Soviets had to retreat to Riivara on February 9th. 2 days later, the Finns started an all-out attack against Kisevsky's headquarters at Luelahti. For a total of 4 days, the tenacious Soviets managed to hold the Finns at bay, but then a new threat appeared from the north. On February 11th, the Soviets had sent a ski brigade under Colonel Vyacheslav Dolin to cut off the Finnish supply route, and he had managed to break contact with Finnish forces in the Kiekinkoski area. This was because Dolin had been handed highly inaccurate maps, and the route he ended up taking caught even the Finns by surprise. But this would ultimately be his doom, as the Soviets were now trapped at Venko, and the Finnish snipers were quickly pinpointing them. On the morning of February 15th, almost 400 Soviet bodies lay on the battleground, Dolin himself among them. Choikov then tried to relieve Kisevsky by sending the reformed 163rd Division on February 25th, but this force would also be repelled by the ferocious Finns at Lutavara Hill. From March 1st onwards, Salasvo bombarded the Luelahti Moti with 4,500 shells in total, the heaviest bombardment executed by the Finns in the entire war. Each day, the Finns paid a high cost in lives in order to gain a little bit more ground from the dogged Soviet troops. On March 8th, the defenses of the Luelahti Moti were finally overcome, with half of Kisevsky's men managing to flee to the Rukavara Moti. The Finns then proceeded to turn their focus against Rukavara, but Kisevsky would hold on until the end of the war a week later. This was Salasvo's costlier campaign, losing more than 4,500 men in the struggle against the 13,000 men that the Soviets lost. But in the end, it would be a success, as they critically crippled the 54th as a fighting force and managed to secure the flanks of Suomussalmi and Lieksa. The Finnish victories at Elejabi, Kittilä, and Uuma, in combination with the stopping of the Soviet advance at the Kola River and Kumo, brought much hope and relief to Helsinki and contributed enormously to the peace talks at the conclusion of the war. Meanwhile, the poor performance of the Red Army on all 4 fronts had shown the Soviet High Command that the offensive operation had many flaws. Commander Kirill Meretskov had underestimated the size of the Finnish forces, their resistance, and ability at guerrilla warfare, and the sturdy and well-prepared defenses on the Mannerheim line, and in turn, they had been slaughtered by the enemy. Meretskov would see himself replaced by the High Command due to his failure. The new man in charge of the operation, Semyon Timoshenko, would go on to give the Soviets a new fighting chance to prove to the world that
Timoshenko
they
was
wouldn't
most
be
likely
defeated
one
so easily.
in the top 5 Soviet
The
generals.
Soviet High Command was highly
throughout the
disillusioned
war.
by Meretskov's performance and decided to replace him with Timoshenko. sending him 21 fresh divisions to prepare for a renewed offensive operation. As such, the 7th Army was reorganized into the Northwestern Front under Timoshenko himself,
Front
with
is
Jens
what we'd
8th,
call an
Troikov's
army
9th,
or an
and
army group.
Frolov's 14th armies directly reporting to Marshal Voroshilov's high command. Timoshenko was ordered to breach the Mannerheim line by any means necessary and bring the war to the Finnish heartland. Meretskov was then reassigned to lead the new 7th Army on the western side of the front, with 14 divisions in total, as he received 5 as reinforcement. Furthermore, 9 new divisions were assigned into the newly assembled 13th Army under Grendal, placed on the eastern side of the front, and the other 7 divisions were designated as General Reserve for the operation. With so many troops on a single front, the Soviets had to divide their forces to maintain control over them, with Meretskov forming 5 army corps and Grendal forming 3.
That's
In
divisions
contrast,
in our
the Finns
language.
on the Mannerheim
Still
line
not
were
enough to
worn
actually
out
push.
after a month of intense fighting. Their fortifications were in a bad state, as throughout December and January, the Soviet artillery had shelled their positions daily, and the Finnish forces were not only exhausted from resisting the Soviet onslaught, but also from repairing the dugouts and assault obstacles after the relentless enemy bombardment. The commander of the Army of the Isthmus, General Osterman, had grouped his troops into 2 formations, the Western 2nd Army Corps around Suma under General Åquist, and the Eastern 3rd Army Corps in the Taipale sector, led by General Heinrich. The Finns had an interim line, with only a few emplacements and facilities for the defense of these positions. And behind this lay the final obstacle for the Soviet advance, the inadequately fortified rear line, which ran from Viipuri to Kupasari, and from there to Kekisalmi. Although the Finns were heavily outnumbered, with only 8 divisions against the overwhelming 30 Soviet divisions, the defenders were
But it's
prepared
actually
to fight
8
to
against
the
7.
last. On February 1st,
With one side
Timoshenko
being
launched
fully
his
supplied
offensive.
and one side being
On
out
the
of
Suma
supplies
and
and out
Lada
of
sector,
supplies Finland.
the 3rd Division of Colonel Palu had been hammered by several small Soviet assaults throughout January. When Mereskov's forces approached the Mannerheim line, it took a while for the defenders to realize this was no small attack, but a full army assaulting them. Within hours, the Soviets managed to capture a section of the trenches while bombarding the entire line. Each day they renewed their attacks, focused on acquiring a bunker here or a dugout there. These assaults were very successful, and some positions would remain in permanent Soviet control, further lowering the morale of the Finns. Despite these losses, Palu had withstood the Soviet assaults by February 10th. But this was just the beginning, as one day later, the 19th and 50th Rifle Corps started a joint offensive. The star of this offensive would be the 123rd Rifle Division, which managed to push through the Finnish lines just east of Lake Suma and capture Popius Bunker and all the strong points east of it. By afternoon, their attack had breached the Mannerheim line and reached the interim line at Lada. Meanwhile, Palu threw back the Soviet attacks at other locations along the front and launched a quick counter-offensive against the 123rd. This counterattack, however, lacked the arms and men needed and thus failed. As Mannerheim became aware of the breakthrough later that night, he ordered the reserve 5th Division to the breach. In response, the Soviets started reinforcing the 123rd to capitalize on their success. 2 battalions from the 5th hastened to counterattack the enemy, but despite pushing back the Soviets, they would be driven back by Soviet tanks later that day. As the defenders recovered from their failed counteroffensive, the Soviets started a bombardment of the interim line, and their armored forces rolled straight through the Finnish defenses. Furthermore, just east of the Lada road, invaders had created a gap in the defensive line. The following day, the Soviets would continue to widen the breach, while General Åquist threw every available reinforcement to stem this. If Lada fell, the Soviets could open up a passage in every direction through the isthmus. In the meantime, Fierce combat was taking place in the Merky sector as the 19th Rifle Corps slowly progressed through the line of the 1st Division at great cost. By February 13th, the 90th Rifle Division had breached the Mannerheim line at Merky and managed to push in several kilometers. That night, Commander Meretskov noted their tremendous success and ordered his corps to exploit this opportunity. At the same time, Orquist gave permission for the 5th to start withdrawing eastward and for the 1st to retreat towards the northeast. On the other side, the Soviets would not follow the disengaged Finns, instead consolidating.
No
Meanwhile,
surprise they wouldn't
Grendal's
follow.
13th Army had the objective of advancing through the Finnish defences to the road network on the Kelja-Kopitila-Järjesevä line. On February 8th, the Soviets started their bombardment of the Taipale sector, and the 3rd Corps launched a wide front assault, resulting in the capture of 2 bases at the Tarantula hamlet. 2 Finnish counterattacks had failed to regain it, when a 3rd desperate effort managed to return these positions to their hands. Suffering heavy losses, General Heinrichs had halted Grendal's assault, but just as in summer, this was just the beginning. On February 11th, the Soviets started a strong bombardment and launched a renewed offensive. The Finns fought tooth and nail, and at the end of the day, they would still be in control of their main defenses. Furthermore, a surprise attack near Savanto forced the Soviets to relinquish their newly captured positions. This came at a hefty price in manpower, and the 7th Division's soldiers would have to be reinforced with the fresh 21st Division. For the next week, the defensive line waved back and forth as the defenders kept recapturing the positions lost on the previous day. By February 17th, Heinrichs had withstood the main Soviet assault, and now the situation was stable for the Finns at Taipale. When Grendal realized this, he ordered the 49th and 150th Rifle Divisions to cease their attacks, and instead wear down the defenders with an incessant bombardment. On February 14th, Mannerheim arrived to assess the situation on the front line. He quickly concluded that despite holding most of the main defences, the breaches at Lada and Merky forced the 2nd Corps to retreat to the interim line. 1 day later, the exhausted and battered Finns started their retreat, and the Red Army allowed them to do so. By February 17th, all Finnish forces had made it to their designated positions at the interim line, and they would be reinforced by the 23rd Division coming from the
Can you
Kola
see
River.
where the error is?
The last Finns to withdraw were the soldiers of the 4th Division on the Koivisto Islands, who escaped by skiing over the frozen Viipuri Bay to its west bank, establishing critical defensive positions at the islands around the city of Viipuri. Meanwhile, the Soviets kept applying pressure, resuming attacks against the new line immediately after their enemies had
Capital is
landed.
about 10
On
screen
February
sizes to the
22nd,
left.
the 23rd finally arrived to relieve the depleted 5th Division, and together they managed to halt the Soviets for a few days. At the same time, Osterman was replaced by General Heinrichs. Furthermore, the experienced General Tavila would take control of the 3rd Corps, and General Latikainen would be assigned to command the new 1st Corps at the left flank of Orquist's 2nd. By February 18th, Grendel had restored the cohesion of his forces and ordered them to renew their assault. This offensive was especially successful around Kirvismäki, where the 150th Division mounted a battalion of the 21st and took control of the strongholds on the southern side, while the 49th Division captured the forts at Tarantula, forcing the Finns to retreat to the interim line. After the fall of these defensive positions, the Soviets stopped their advance because they feared a Finnish counterattack, allowing Tavila to strengthen positions on the line 1 day later. The following night, the 7th Division launched a counter-offensive and took back control of the Tarantula sector. This position would go back and forth between the Finns and the Soviets, but by February 24th, the 7th Division had established more permanent positions. In March, Tavila issued a final retreat into the well-prepared bunkers of the rear line. but the war would end before Tavila reached and defended this last line. In the meantime, the 2nd Division of Colonel Koskimius would soon fall back to the concrete bunkers of the Arapa sector. As Taipale had proven too resilient, Grendel now directed his forces against these positions in the center of the interim line. Reinforced by the 19th Corps, the 23rd Rifle Corps was pushing north with the objective of securing the village of Antreya, while further east, the 15th Rifle Corps was assigned to cross the Vorsky River near the village of Arapa. Koskimirs resisted the Soviet attacks as best he could, but by February 29th, Grendel exercised complete control of the interim line west of Arapa, forcing the 2nd Division to retreat to the rear line. But from the village eastwards, Koskimirs still controlled his defensive line, so Grendel ordered the 15th Corps to launch an offensive against Arapa's defenders. The commander planned to first destroy the defenses on the south side of the Vorsky and then proceed straight across the Finnish rear to take the village. In turn, Koskimirs left the 23rd Regiment to defend Arapa from the western assault of the 4th Rifle Division, while he came forth to the east to receive the combined attack of the 17th Motorized and 97th Rifle Divisions. On March 1st, the Soviet offensive began, achieving a breakthrough the following day. But this wouldn't last, as later that day, Koskimirs managed to recapture the lost positions and push back. As a result, Grendel was replaced due to his repeated failures by Perusinov, who immediately issued new orders for an assault. This offensive would fail as well, but on March 4th, the 50th Rifle Division defeated the 8th Division and took a strategic hill east of Vuosalmi. With the elevated firing positions against them, Finns south of the Voksy River and at Arapa would have to retreat to the shores. After the capture of Arapa, Perusinov continued his offensive against the large Vasikasari island in the center of the river. Although Koskimirs kept offering fierce resistance, the following day the 50th Division captured the island with great losses. On March 6th, the Finns attempted to regain the island, but Perusinov's forces repelled them and counterattacked, establishing a position on the shores of Vuosalmi. A fierce struggle ensued, in which Koskimirs ended up victorious, pushing the Soviets back to Vasikasari. Following this success, he would be reinforced by the 21st Division, and together they would manage to hold on until the end of the war. Meanwhile, as the rest of the 50th Corps continued their assault on the Lada breach, Meretskov had formed a new task force consisting of 2 tank brigades and 2 infantry battalions to take Viipuri on February 28th. But one day earlier, Bergquist's forces had fully retreated to the still incomplete rear line, preventing this new offensive from ever launching. Meretskov, however, had managed to overrun the interim line in its whole length, and he was now preparing his forces for a final assault on the last Finnish defensive line. Right in front of Viipuri, the 3rd and 5th Divisions stood as their main obstacle, with the 4th Division protecting the bay to the west of the city. And immediately east from them, Latikainen's 1st Division had taken positions east of the Tali crossroads, with the 23rd Division at its west in the town of Repola. Meretskov planned to do a 2-pronged attack, with the bulk of the 7th Army skirting the city from the east to encircle the Finnish forces, while the 10th and the reservist 28th Rifle Corps had to cross the frozen bay west of Viipuri to secure the road to Helsinki. At this point, the Finnish government was working day and night to resolve the conflict peacefully before the invaders could do tremendous harm to their capital. The rear line had to be held, and Viipuri couldn't fall if they wanted to avoid complete occupation. Towards the end of February, overall command of Viipuri Bay was handed over to the newly formed coastal group, led by the experienced General Valenius. Their situation was very perilous, and the bay was frozen, allowing Soviet tanks to cross it, and by March 1st, the Soviets had forced the 4th Division to retreat from the 2 large peninsulas extending into the bay. Valenius then placed his forces on a line of islands extending to the port of Viipuri, directly facing the 3 divisions sent by Meretskov. When the offensive began, the 800-strong defenders at Tupura managed to hold their ground against the invaders, but they couldn't stop them from occupying the smaller islands just north of the line. The following night, however, the Finns at Tupura found their position untenable and had to retreat to Teikasari Island. They would continue to resist there for an entire day before retreating to their final position at the Vilaniemi Peninsula. At the same time, Vilnius faced a great threat when the Soviets skied over to the Haranpaniemi Peninsula and drove back the coastal defenders. But by March 3rd, the peninsula was back in Finnish hands. This forced Vilnius to order a retreat from the island line to concentrate at Turkinsari, but despite his best efforts, he would then be replaced because of the disorganized state of his forces. In the meantime, Meretskov launched his eastern offensive against Viipuri on March 1st. The 34th Rifle Corps had the task of directly assaulting the city from the south and from the northeast, where the 5th Division stood in defense, while the 50th Corps advanced in the direction of Repola to eliminate the 23rd Division. On March 2nd, the 3rd Division defending Viipuri itself was assaulted by the 7th and 95th Rifle Divisions, and the Soviets managed to create a breach on the southern edge of the city. But the 3rd would continue to hold the Soviet attacks on the following days, further preventing the invaders from sweeping into the city. Simultaneously, the heroic 1st Division was holding down the 50th Corps at the Tali Crossroads, and the 5th and 23rd Divisions were also resisting the relentless enemy attacks. Back at the bay, the new commander of the coastal group, General Lennart Usch, decided to recapture the key Teikasari Island on March 4th. This would fail, and soon the 86th Motorized Rifle Division created a bridgehead on the Haranpaniemi Peninsula. Usch quickly launched a counterattack to regain this position, but by March 5th, the 86th couldn't be dislodged. At the same time, the Finns in Vilniemi were finally routed, so the Soviets continued eastwards towards Viipuri until they were stopped on the Kajaaniemi Peninsula. The next day, Usch attempted to recapture Vilniemi, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Although the Finns had contained this breach, the Soviets had managed to cut off the road to Helsinki, achieving their main goal. With Viipuri isolated from the capital, Finnish Prime Minister Risto Ryti was finally granted permission from Moscow to travel there and start the peace talks. While these negotiations lasted, Heinrichs and Mannerheim knew that they needed to hold the invaders at bay. On March 9th, the 70th Rifle Division on Vilniemi was reinforced by the 173rd Motorized Rifle Division, and one day later, they advanced northward beyond the road. Towards Viipuri, they would finally be stopped by the recently assembled Group Varco coming from the city. Meanwhile, on Uras Island, the 4th Division was enjoying great success on March 9th against the 43rd Rifle Division, and only after being reinforced by the 42nd and 113th Rifle Divisions did the 43rd manage to capture the island. The rest of the island would be lost the following day, and the 4th would have to retreat to the Koivuniemi Peninsula in defense of the coast. Simultaneously, Meretskov launched a new main offensive against Viipuri on March 11th. But the Finns fought to the last man and resisted both the artillery barrage and the Soviets' incessant attacks. Orquist's position was becoming untenable with each passing day, and so he requested permission to abandon the city. But Mannerheim knew the importance of maintaining Viipuri, and he knew that the war was near its end, so he ordered his men to maintain the city at all costs. On March 12th, Meretskov was preparing for a final assault on the surrounded Viipuri, coming both from south and west, but before the Soviets could exploit their breakthrough on the city, Ryti capitulated to Stalin's terms. A day later, the terms of the Moscow Peace Treaty were announced, and the fighting stopped. Immediately, the majority of Heinrich's forces started to withdraw to the newly agreed borders, while the depleted 3rd Division remained in Viipuri to lower down the national flag, and the city had been annexed by the Soviet Union. The territorial losses that Finland suffered ended up being more than what the Soviets initially demanded. Although the war ended in defeat, it was remarkable that the Finns had managed to hold on for so long against the Soviet onslaught. The Finnish casualties were around 70,000, 25,000 among them dead. More than 150,000 Red Army soldiers were killed, and 200,000 more were wounded. The Soviets also lost around 400 aircraft and more than 3,000 tanks, which would prove to be important when Hitler attacks the USSR 15 months later. The attack that the Finns joined, starting the Continuation War. The sponsor of this video, Call of War, allows you to take command of your nation.
December 1st, 1939. The possibility has been spoken of for the past couple months, while negotiations were happening between Finland and the Soviet Union. The possibility of war. Well, this week, that becomes reality. Or this week, the Soviet Union invades Finland.
You seen how much this guy has aged in like 3 years? That's more coverage for you.
This is World War II. Last week, the British managed to capture an intact magnetic mine, Germany's new secret weapon, and have begun work on countermeasures. There was a naval battle in the far North Atlantic. The Japanese captured Nanning, the capital of Guangxi province, and in Poland, Jews are now forced to wear visible means of identification. And Finnish Marshal Carl Gustaf Mannerheim tried to warn the Finnish government that the Soviets were not going to back down. They didn't believe him. Sunday, November 26th, at the Finnish-Soviet border on the Karelian Isthmus, Finnish border guard Matti Jokela hears artillery being fired. After 7 shots, Jokela writes down his observations in his logbook. From 3 different observation points, he triangulates the shots to have originated 1.25 miles southeast from the point of explosion, some 800 meters within Soviet territory. These will be known as the Mainila shots. Moscow. Finnish diplomats are summoned to the Kremlin and told that their countrymen had fired on the Soviets at the border, killing 4 and wounding 9. The Finns offered a conduct investigation, which is traditional procedure, but no. For the Soviets, this is a casus belli. Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov tells the Finns, the 27th, that the USSR no longer feels itself bound by their treaty of non-aggression. I should point out that Mannerheim had ordered all the Finnish border guns pulled back out of range to prevent just such an incident. So it seems impossible it could have actually been the Finns who fired the shots. Helsinki did point this out in a response to Molotov, but there is no reply from him. The 29th, the Soviet Union breaks off diplomatic relations with Finland. On the morning of November 30th, 1939, Soviet Red Army launches a massive assault on Finland. On the stroke of 8 a.m., the air was suddenly filled with the whistle of shells, the echo of their detonation, the deeper boom of the howitzers, and the muffled roar of the heavies. From Kronstadt, the Russian fortification near the sea, came the distant echo of the great fortress guns. 30 seconds later, the horizon became a sheet of flame. The entire Finnish frontier was ablaze. Snow-laden trees flew through the air. Boulders, dirt, slush, and bits of farmhouses were silhouetted against the deep blue-red sky of dawn. Winding country roads disappeared in chunks as if the earth had cracked. 26 Soviet divisions attacked, over 450,000 men against some 130,000 Finns, and many of these reserves or even teenagers. 1,000 Soviet planes against 150 Finnish. To the world watching, this seems like an offensive that will quickly find victory. And to Red Army High Command, that seems such a foregone conclusion that many troops still have summer uniforms despite the onset of winter. As for the Finns, they defiantly joke, "They are so many and our country so small. Where shall we find room to bury them all?" By 9:15, the 1st Red Army battalions crossed the border into Finnish Karelia. The front there is 90 miles long and 10 miles deep. Kirill Neretskov is in charge of the overall Soviet operation. Klim Voroshilov, Commissar of Defense, wants it finished by Joseph Stalin's 60th birthday, December 21st. Attacks begin along basically the whole 800-mile border on every road. There are 5 invasion routes, from Karelia in the south to Petsamo in the north, with the 9th Army trying to cut Finland in half the middle. Air raids begin on Helsinki, the capital, where 61 civilians die that first day. The photographs of those air raids will be endlessly reproduced throughout Finland in the weeks to come, used as an inspiration to resist. Jeffrey Cox wrote, "On every front I was to visit later, man after man spoke angrily of this afternoon of November 30th. I saw newspapers and photographs of the burning streets of Helsinki, peasants' houses and workers' flats all over the country. Not a little of the steel strength of Finnish morale in this war was due to the raid on Helsinki." The Finnish defenses in Karelia southwest of Lake Ladoga are known as the Mannerheim Line and are made up of trenches, bunkers, and concrete strongpoints. Thing is, there are small lakes dotting the region and dense forests that pretty much funnel any advance towards minefields. Very carefully and thoroughly laid minefields. Soviets get a nasty shock straight off the bat. They're picked off by snipers at the border, and their orders are to push forward as quickly as possible. So even though they lack mine detectors, many are marched straight into the snow-covered minefields. And making it across simply means facing an unseen enemy. The Finns being masters of winter camouflage, but ones with machine guns. North of Lake Ladoga, there is no Mannerheim Line, but white-clad Finnish home guards on skis, at home in even minus 40-degree temperatures, could navigate with ease, and guerrilla fighting begins at once. Skiers appear out of nowhere, machine gun the masked Russians, and then disappear. Both navies are in action, the Russians taking some undefended islands off the South Finnish coast. The 5 Finnish submarines go on recon and harassment patrol duty from the Gulf of Finland to the Gulf of Riga. In Helsinki, the Finnish government abandons the parliament building for the suburbs. That night, they vote confidence in the Aimo Kajander government, but the prime minister and his cabinet resign, hoping a new government will have more success negotiating with the Soviets. Risto Ryti, governor of the Bank of Finland, heads the new government and immediately announces he would seek peace. But we will not consent to bargain away our independence. But make no mistake, this is a day of disaster for Finland, the blackest day in its history as an independent nation. While all this is going on, an unknown radio station announces that there is a new government, but one set up by the Finnish Communist Party under Comrade Otto Kuusinen and headquartered at Terjoki, the first town liberated by the Red Army. In actuality, Terjoki, a resort town on the coast, had been abandoned without a fight. So the Soviet Union immediately establishes diplomatic relations with these guys, and guess what? In just one day, Molotov manages to negotiate the lease of Hanko, the cessation of a chunk of Karelia, and the Ribaki Peninsula in the far north. Everything they'd asked for that the Finns had denied them. This government is, to the Finns and the world, a joke. But it not only unites the Finns further, it really lays bare that they now have no choice but to fight if they want to continue as an independent democratic nation. Kuusinen had been one of the Red leaders during the Finnish Civil War and had fled to Russia when the Whites won. And according to Eloise Engel and Lauri Pananen in the Winter War, conjecture was that he never left Russia until the Kremlin set him up in business in Terjoki. And since the town had been evacuated, there were no locals with whom to make a cabinet, it is formed entirely of Soviet citizens, Finns who had fled to Russia after the Civil War. Actually, I read in William Trotter's The Winter War, back on the 25th, there was a dinner meeting in the Kremlin, which Nikita Khrushchev wrote an account of. Molotov and Kuusinen were there, as was Stalin, and Stalin had apparently already chosen Kuusinen to run the coming puppet Finnish government, and plans for the invasion had already been completed. But this was not the only offensive that began this week. Halfway around the world, on December 1st, nationalist Chinese forces cut the Lunghai Railway at several locations and attacked local highways, trying to interrupt Japanese logistics. Chinese troops also attacked the cities of Kaifeng and Lanfeng. This is the beginning of nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek's series of offensives that will hit the Japanese across the whole country, attempting to retake control of lost territory. And a mainland European offensive is still being planned, but its planner is already thinking beyond it. On the 29th, Adolf Hitler issues Directive Number 9. This calls the defeat of the British essential for final victory. The best way to do that would be to cripple the British economy. So, once Germany had beaten the Anglo-French forces on the mainland and secured coastline opposite Britain, the main task of the Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine would be to attack British industry, a naval blockade, mining the seas, and air raids on ports and industrial centers. The mine lading they're already doing loads of, as we've seen, but now they increased the recon flight missions over the island nation. In London, the War Cabinet asked the Joint Intelligence Committee what all these activities meant. On November 30th, the committee replied that it was impossible to do more than guess at their significance. The week comes to an end, a week of active war in Finland and China, a puppet government installation in Finland, and Hitler's ultimate objective issue. Two big series of offensives beginning by two powers that, in terms of population, greatly outnumber their enemy. We'll see how that works out in the coming weeks. But with armies the size of these involved in the fight, there will be blood. A very great deal of blood. If you want to revisit the Russian Civil War and learn more about a whole bunch of places,
Protein, meat.
December 8th, 1939. As last week ended, the Soviet Red Army invaded Finland, and this week, Russian and Finnish forces clash. I'm Indy Nidell. This is World War II. Last week, the big news in Europe was, as I just said, that the Soviet Union invaded Finland. With nearly 500,000 men, they advanced along the whole border from the Karelian Isthmus to the frozen north. Helsinki was bombed from the skies as the week ended. This was not the only offensive that began, though, for the Chinese Nationalist Army began its series of winter attacks all across China against the Japanese. We'll see more of that as the month unfolds. I'd like to look at Finland now. At the beginning of the week, Finland asked the League of Nations to mediate the conflict, but as the week ends, Norway, Sweden, and Denmark declare neutrality in this conflict. So Finland is not going to get any major local military aid, at least not soon. The Soviet plan for invasion is basically to move in, overwhelm the Finns, and win within 2 weeks. Joseph Stalin's military leaders had been impressed with the German blitzkrieg in Poland 3 months ago. Armored units charging ahead, breaking through, and causing chaos in the supply lines in the rear. Infantry exploiting breakthroughs, and heavy units mopping up pockets of resistance. The whole thing covered by massive air and artillery support. The Soviet Union possessed all the necessary tools to do the same. And General Zhukov had in fact done something of the sort at Khalkhin Gol. But that attack and the German plans had been made for fighting on familiar terrain, crisscrossed with modern roads. How will this work in Finland, with dense forests, few roads, everything covered in snow and ice? And the German military had an excellent communication and coordination network, with frontline commanders full of drive and initiative. But Zhukov was a real exception within the Red Army, and William Trotter writes, "Those very qualities, if displayed in the Red Army, were more apt to earn a man a trip to the Gulag than a pat on the back. Many of the battlefield and regimental commanders who would lead the Russian attacks were by this time little more than groveling flunkies, whose every battlefield decision had to be seconded by a political commissar before orders could go to the troops. The Blitzkrieg was quite unsuited for a ponderous, top-heavy army of ill-trained soldiers led by timid officers overseen by inexperienced party ideologues and sent forth to conquer a country whose terrain consists of practically nothing but natural obstacles to military operations." Entire Soviet divisions have no intelligence estimates of the enemy. They have inaccurate maps, although they do have brass bands and propaganda posters. They're bringing flat trajectory field guns into some of the densest forests in the world, and every division is dragging around anti-tank guns, even though the Finns have no tanks. Those dense forests also feature snowdrifts between the trees deep enough to bury a man standing. The Finns can quickly move around on skis. The Russians are stuck to the roads. And north of Lake Ladoga, a mobile defender can run circles round road-bound invaders. Also, the Red Army is not at all prepared for the Finnish winter. Though if they do win quickly, they will manage to avoid winter's full force. And the key to winning Finland is the Karelian Isthmus. Everything else is window dressing. Even though the isthmus is only a small region, the terrain there is the only point of attack suited for a modern army. Sure, there are lakes and bogs on the isthmus, but not impenetrable forest. And now, the Russian invasion. The 7th Army on the Karelian Isthmus. The objective is to break the Mannerheim Line, the main Finnish defense system, take Viipuri, and then advance on Helsinki. This will be the strongest Russian attack, with between 12 and 14 divisions and 3 tank brigades. The 8th Army, just north of Lake Ladoga, 6 rifle divisions and 2 tank brigades. Its goal is to circle the northern shore, break through the defenses there, and then hit the Mannerheim Line from behind. The 9th Army, 5 divisions and a few attached armored units. They are to attack westward further north and cut the country in half. The 14th Army in the far north, 3 divisions heading from Murmansk towards Petsamo and then Rovaniemi. Finnish commander Carl Gustav Mannerheim and the Finns know that Finland cannot possibly hold out against the Soviet Union indefinitely. The idea is to hold out until the Western powers intervene. If that turns out to be a pipe dream, they then will try to resist so fiercely that the Soviets will negotiate a settlement instead of going for total war. Barring this possibility, the Finns will then fight to the very last man, the most honorable annihilation, with the faint hope that the conscience of mankind would find an alternative solution as a reward for bravery, singleness of purpose. Soviet General Kirill Meretskov advances on the Karelian Isthmus with 120,000 men and 1,000 tanks. The Finns have evacuated the locals and have booby-trapped basically everything. Haystacks, outhouses, underneath dead chickens, everything. They've even invented a wooden mine that cannot be detected electrically that can blow the treads off a tank. So Russian patrols have to advance on foot, poking the roads with sharp sticks before the tanks can advance. Mines have also been hung on ropes under the frozen lakes, designed to shatter the ice. This leads to tank drivers avoiding the ice entirely, which is what the Finns want, since the tanks are easier to ambush on land. So traffic jams begin from the get-go across the buffer zone, the 20 to 50 kilometer region from the border to the Mannerheim Line. The first major Russian attack is at Taipale, on the extreme flank of the line up by Lake Ladoga on the 6th. This is actually a feint to draw away Finnish troops before attacking the Finnish center at Summa, but it doesn't fool the Finns. The Finnish 10th Division is well dug in. No man's land there is a peninsular tip the Finns have voluntarily abandoned that's marshy and devoid of cover. They hope the Russians will attack here in force, and they do, and it becomes a killing ground, every inch of which has been ranged by the Finnish artillery. The Russians take huge casualties and flee when the Finns counterattack. But this was not the first engagement. There was other action all week. On the 2nd, the Red Army takes Petsamo in the north. Soviet naval assaults this week against the ports of Turku, Hanko, and Porvoo are repulsed. The battles of Kola and Suomussalmi begin, and as the week ends, the Finns bring the attacks by the Soviet 9th Army in the Kumo region to a halt. Finnish defenders threw bottles filled with petrol with lighted rags in their necks into the turrets of Soviet tanks. This simple but devastatingly effective incendiary grenade was quickly dubbed the Molotov cocktail. They had actually been used earlier in the Spanish Civil War, but it was here they got their name. There is serious danger for the Finns in Ladoga, Karelia already from December 1st. The Russian advance just north of the lake threatens Finland's main lateral railway line for the whole Ladoga front, which is the artery for reinforcements to the isthmus. The worst danger is on the Tolvajärvi road, where a Russian division faces an ad hoc formation of just 4 infantry battalions and a bicycle battalion, now on skis though.
Sinun kortteli.
They hold the Soviets back as well as they could, but by the end of the week, the Red Army has covered half the distance to the railway junction Wärtsilä, and if it should fall, then this whole front will collapse and the Mannerheim line will be vulnerable from the rear. This war captures the world's news headlines, and places like the US, France, and even Germany admire the little country fighting the giant. But this also serves as a diversion from the continuation of the ongoing European war and occupation and its litany of atrocities. By the end of this week, all the Polish inmates of Stralsund Mental Hospital have been shot and killed. The bodies are buried by Poles, who are themselves then shot. At the asylum at Chelm, the patients are lined up and shot, but some manage to run away. They are hunted down and killed. Thing is, it's not soldiers that are in charge of these killings, it's doctors. And on the 2nd, Richard Glucks, the head of the concentration camp system, writes a letter to SS General Wolf, the chief of Heinrich Himmler's personal staff, defending the actions of 2 SS surgeons. There have been complaints about them to the Ministry of Justice for their experiments, successful ones, in sterilization of criminals at the Sachsenhausen camp. Glucks points out that the ministry has no jurisdiction over the doctors because they have been transferred to a death's head division and technically are serving at the front, even though there has been no action there for 2 months. Also, he adds that the medical experiments are justified because of the dangerous nature of the criminals. Of course, public executions still continue. On the 8th, 31 Poles are shot in Warsaw. That is the week, with the Finnish defenses so far holding off the Red Army everywhere but in the north, and further atrocities in Poland, this time committed by doctors who may or may not count as civilians. Those atrocities are increasing in frequency and becoming ever more organized. But what is the local reaction as they go on and on? Well, Chaim Kaplan, noted Jewish educator, wrote in his diary, "There is no strength left to cry. Steady and continued weeping finally leads to silence. At first there is screaming, then wailing, and at last a bottomless sigh that does not even leave an echo." If you'd like to see another war where the Red Army also invaded with superior numbers, you can click right here for our Between Two Wars episode about the Polish-Soviet War. You can follow this war, World War II. Do it. December 15th, 1939. David versus Goliath, a classic confrontation of the small versus the mighty. Of course, there is most often no fairy tale ending, and the mighty crushes the small, but this week, it's just like the very first time. This week, David wins. I'm Indy Nidell. This is World War II. Last week, the Soviet invasion of Finland really got going, so the Finns were holding off the attackers, and doctors were overseeing the deaths of mental patients in occupied Poland. There is another offensive going on besides the Soviet one this week. On December 10th, Chinese nationalist forces attacked the Japanese on Henglingguan Pass, south of Jingshan in northern China. Over the next 3 weeks, this attack will drive the Japanese out of the region. The Chinese also attacked Jingshan itself, and though the Japanese mount a strong counterattack, the Chinese will succeed in taking Longhua near Yisheng next week. On the 13th, the Chinese 47th Corps captures Taihang Mountain and cut the Taoxin Railway, taking the stations at Pashan and Changkou. That same day, the Chinese launch an offensive in eastern Shaanxi province and nearly encircle the Japanese 36th Division. One army that had scored a victory over the Japanese a few months ago was the Soviet Red Army. It's a pretty unknown quantity at this point. I mean, sure, they had that big victory at Khalkhin Gol, But the Japanese they were fighting were used to fighting barefoot Chinese with no air support and almost no armor. They had been stunned by the Russian Air Force and then a blitzkrieg-style campaign on the wide-open Mongolian plains. Well, Finland, where the Red Army is now fighting, is as far as you could get from wide-open Mongolian plains. Still, Soviet Defense Commissar Kliment Voroshilov believed that the war would only take the soldiers and reserves on hand in the Leningrad military district to win. There were, of course, generals that disagreed, but Joseph Stalin was not worried and dismissed their reports. This is from the memoirs of N.N. Voronov, Chief Marshal of the Artillery. In late November, he went to Kirill Merezkov's headquarters to meet with Artillery Officer Kulik and Commissar Meklis. They asked him about stocking up ammunition for the artillery for the coming Finland campaign. Voronov said it all depends how long they plan for the operation. They said 10 to 12 days. Voronov had, in fact, looked at a map of Finland, and he didn't at all buy this. He said this is going to take 2 or 3 months. Kulik and Meklis laughed at this and told him to just base his assumptions on no more than 12 days for the whole operation. Well, this week sees those first 12 days come and go. The Winter War is just getting going. On the 9th, the Finns stopped the Soviet 9th Army near Suomussalmi. 2 days later there, the entire Soviet 163rd Division is cut off. The Red Army forces are much larger, but reinforcements have to come down a narrow earth road surrounded by impenetrable forest. The Finns send out ski patrols by night to go behind the front and attack and destroy enemy supply columns. Thing is, the Red Army is woefully under-equipped for a winter war. There are divisions issued manuals on ski tactics, but no skis. It took several weeks for the Soviets to even get around to painting their tanks white to blend in with the snow. But in the south, on the Karelian Isthmus, the only place where you could have large-scale military maneuvers, they attack again at Taipale on the 14th. This starts with a heavy pre-dawn artillery barrage. The Finnish artillery does not respond. At 11:30, the barrage stops, and 50 tanks in 2 formations, followed by an entire infantry division, advance on the Finns. The tanks open fire. But then, so now does the Finnish artillery, which has, like last week, pre-plotted the entire region, and it breaks up the Soviet advance in 5 minutes, forcing their quick retreat, leaving behind the burning wrecks of 18 tanks. Taipale was a slaughterhouse for the Russians. The last half kilometer of any approach to the Finnish lines had to be made across wide sheets of open ice. The Russian attacks formed in the open, approached in the open, and were pressed home in the open against an entrenched defender well supplied with machine guns. The tanks moved in ungainly clumps, and the infantry attacked in dense human wave formations. It was the Somme in miniature. To the Finns who witnessed these attacks, it seemed beyond belief that any army, no matter how fatalistic its ideology or inexhaustible its supply of manpower, would continue to mount attack after attack across such billiard table terrain. Meanwhile, north of Lake Ladoga, Finnish commander Carl Gustav Mannerheim has called in reinforcements for the men defending at Tolvajärvi to try to stop the Soviet advance that threatens the railway, their main supply artery to the isthmus. The Finns plan a counterattack for the 11th, but the Russians jumped the gun the night before. A Russian battalion penetrates the forest north of Lake Tolvajärvi and hits the Finnish supply line behind the main army positions. There is no defense here, just field kitchens, and the Finns should be routed. Instead, the attackers stop to eat from large simmering vats of sausage soup, and all momentum is lost. An improvised counterattack, largely composed of cooks, clerks, and medics, organized and personally led by Aaro Pajari, an attack known to posterity as the Sausage War, follows. This is one of the few instances of bayonet fighting in this winter war, and is brutal close-quarters combat. But when some Finnish frontline troops finally arrive at 4 a.m., the Russians retreat. The main battle for Tolvajärvi takes place the 12th, and though the Finns are 4 or 5 times outnumbered, it results in a big Finnish victory, the first of the war. In fact, the Russians have as many as 5,000 killed and another 5,000 wounded. The Finns just around 100 killed and another couple hundred wounded. Yep, the Russians took around 50 times as many casualties. This is not only great for Finnish morale, it makes heroes of Finnish officers Päijäri and Paavo Talvela. There is a lot of sympathy for the Finns around the world. The League of Nations meets and decides to intervene. The Soviets do not recognize this offer of mediation, so on the 14th, the USSR is expelled from the League of Nations. There is also a fair amount of talk among the Allies for sending military aid to the Finns. But practically, that's a really tough order to carry out in Arctic winter. And there's also the fact that you'd be declaring war on the Soviet Union while you're still at war with the Germans. Britain, for example, doesn't really yet have enough weapons for its own army, let alone a bunch to spare for a nation fighting another nation that is not at war with Britain. They do send 30 Gloucester Gladiator planes, biplanes, for which the Finns must pay cash. Apparently, French Prime Minister Edouard Daladier promises the Finns 100 planes and 50,000 men by the end of February. Spoiler, these will not arrive. There were Swedish volunteers forming, though, as the Swedish government permits a private initiative on the 12th to recruit and equip a volunteer force. There is action, though, this week in the European war. At sea, British Commodore Henry Harwood brought his squadron to the South Atlantic, hoping to catch the German pocket battleship Admiral Graf Spee. Harwood has the heavy cruiser Exeter and 2 light cruisers Ajax and Achilles. On the 13th, the Battle of the River Plate, a fierce 2-hour battle off Montevideo, Uruguay, is fought. Exeter and Ajax are pretty hard hit. Spee is damaged, but not so heavily, and retreats into the port to make some repairs and treat the wounded. Ajax and Achilles wait outside the port. By the 17th, the British heavy cruiser Cumberland has arrived on the scene. That day, Spee's captain Hans Langsdorff decides to scuttle his ship rather than fight a hopeless battle that will only cost many lives. An audience of thousands watches. Captain Langsdorff is interned and commits suicide the 20th. The British public gets a morale boost of its own from this victory. The only action they've heard about has been the confetti war over Germany the past few months. Over 118
Retreating against the
propaganda
numerically
leaflets printed
superior
abroad.
when you're alone into
So
port
this
to
is at
repair
least
when you
something
have the
concrete.
capability
It
of at
also
least knocking them out
distracts
and
from the
running away.
news on the 12th that the
Oh, the
destroyer
German
HMS
Navy.
Duchess
Fuck you
sank
guys.
after a collision with the flagship HMS Barnum off the Scottish coast.
The Air Force
124
at
men
least
died.
managed to
So
let
the week
you know
ends.
when push comes to
Naval
shove
battle in
they'll
the South
fight.
Atlantic.
But
Chinese
the
successes
Navy,
against the
the
Japanese, the
submarines,
League
the
of
holy
Nations taking action,
fuckballs.
and the Finns not just
Destroying like
holding
5
off the Red
million
Army,
tons of
but
your
beating it
enemies'
again and again.
military goods
In
when you
this
build
series,
like 500,000
and my
tons
earlier
at
chronological
most.
series on World War I. We try to tell the story as even-handed as we can. In that series, for example, we don't call anyone the good guys or the bad guys. They're merely enemies. This series is a bit different, with all of the instant atrocities committed by both the Germans and the Soviets against the beaten Poles, and what the Nazis have planned for the future. I get that it's a lot more obvious who the bad guys maybe are, but our goal is still our goal. And I do have to say today that for all of its incompetence in terms of leadership and tactics, the Soviet Red Army is one of the world's mightiest fighting forces, and it has an almost inexhaustible supply of men. So when that army invades a country a fraction of its size, and the defenders, at this point, are beating the pants off the mighty invader, I have to say this. Way to go, Finland. If you want to see another naval episode, one with swashbuckling action on the high seas as the Orgel plays...
I will say the thing I've said before. I don't see a Nazi Germany surviving the war period after Bagration. I don't see that happening. Before Bagration, you can negotiate some sort of peace. And it's possible that your leaders could go without war tribunals if you do it before Bagration. It's possible, but it's unlikely. And in the peace negotiations, it'll cost a lot. It's very unlikely that they'll accept you not having elections, but some kind of
I don't
peace.
think so.
is
December 22nd,
possible.
1939. There have been skirmishes in the air so far this war, but nothing major. The British have, though, dropped propaganda leaflets by the hundreds of thousands.
Sorry to pause again, but it's only possible if you maintain your army and withdraw your army from the Western territories and the Eastern territories that you don't intend to hold in a quick, organized manner, and reform your army quickly into a force that can ensure your independence but is not able to take on your neighbors in an offensive manner. Then you might be able to do it. But if you try to negotiate holding 1/3 of European, Soviet, and Poland, Baltics, and that, then you might as well go home.
Thousands over Germany, but that's mostly been it. That changes this week, though. This week, the British bombers attack.
Even with the mildest of military intelligence in 45 January 1st, you can push it to 1st
Last
of
week, the
January
Chinese Nationalist
1946.
Army had small success retaking territory from the Japanese. The Soviet Red Army had anything but success against the Finns, and German and ships fought a naval battle off the coast of South
That's
America.
what happens when you take
There is
cocaine
more
for
action
like
to see
4
this
years.
week, though not pitched battles. This week, 5 passenger liners used as troop ships, escorted by a battleship, a battle cruiser, and an aircraft carrier, bring the first 7,500 Canadian troops of this war across the Atlantic. Germany launches the Atlantis,
Prince of
converted from a
Darkness
freighter
goes
to an
to
armed
the
cruiser. Now, this ship
priest.
contains a
Bless
special
me with
compartment
health.
that holds 92 magnetic
Okay.
mines. There are also 6 camouflaged 6-inch guns and 2 AA guns. The Atlantis also carries different national flags to fly when greeting merchant shipping. British,
Germans
Dutch,
at
and
least shot
Norwegian.
themselves instead
Thing
of
is,
detonating 1,000
The
nukes.
magnetic mine has lost its terror. The Germans don't know it. The day the Atlantis is launched, the British Admiralty reports that they can now use the coil system I talked about last month to demagnetize shipping and thus make it invisible to the mines. So, Winston Churchill gives instructions that whenever a ship hits a regular mine, it should be reported that it was hit by a magnetic one. In a few days, Adolf Hitler will tell Elsa Bruckmann, one of his most important patrons and supporters for many years, how Britain will be forced to her knees before the end of the summer by magnetic mines. He is mistaken. There is a battle over the sea this week, the Battle of Heligoland Fight on the 18th. This is the first real aerial battle of the war. 3 RAF bomber squadrons are sent to Heligoland Fight to attack German surface shipping there. 24 Vickers Wellington bombers take off, 2 turn back, so 22 British planes invade German airspace. Germany scrambles as many as 100 planes in response, but only 44 make contact with the enemy. The Germans inflict much more damage than they take. 12 of the British bombers are destroyed, with 57 men killed, as opposed to 3 destroyed and 4 badly damaged planes for the Germans. Those are what turn out to be the actual totals. Both sides badly overstate enemy losses. The Germans claim 38 planes shot down. The British only even sent 22 planes. This battle exerts a major influence on both sides. It forces the RAF to abandon daylight raids for nighttime ones and to rethink general bombing strategy. And it convinces the Germans that their bases in Germany are too far away to be vulnerable to enemy attack, and consequently, they will not focus much on building up their force of day fighters as part of their air defense. There is a great deal of fighting on the ground this week. The first big Soviet attacks against the center of the Finnish Mannerheim defense line, the Suma sector, come the 17th. First is a 5-hour artillery barrage and airstrikes from around 200 planes. The day's attack then comes in 2 parts. One is against the defenses on the Lade Road. The village of Lade itself, 5 kilometers down the road, is an important strategic junction. The attack here is begun by Russian sappers. They creep in close to the Finnish defenses under cover of the barrage, and they then set off huge explosive charges that blow open paths in the rocks and barbed wire. 50 tanks then attack in a wedge and break into the Finnish trench network. Thing is, the Finns had an idea this was going to happen, and their infantry has been ordered to not withdraw from the tanks, but to stay and fight off the Russian infantry that comes behind. That if the tanks are unsupported, they will eventually themselves withdraw. This is a pretty desperate tactic, but it works. The Finns are mauled by the tanks milling about among them, but they hold off the infantry and there is no breakthrough. William Trotter points out in the Winter War that this would not have worked had there been any coordination between Soviet armor and infantry. There wasn't. They attacked in the same direction, and that was it. The tanks would surge ahead and take some ground, and then just hang around and wait for the infantry to catch up. If, for whatever reason, the infantry doesn't or can't arrive, the tanks either withdraw or circle like a wagon train and try to hold ground through the night. Night when the Finnish tank killer units come out and play. The attack at Summa is different. The anti-tank rocks are shattered but not destroyed. But they don't prevent a tank from advancing anyhow. They make a tank climb at a steep angle, and this renders them quite vulnerable. Soviet designers had opted for heavier firepower over all-around armor. And once you get below the turrets, there are weak spots that the Finns pretty quickly figure out. Also, once the tanks are nosed up, the Finns rush in and lay mines where the tracks are going to come down. This is not as dangerous as it sounds because the tank's machine guns are mounted too high to aim at anything in the immediate surroundings. In these two attacks, the Russians lose 35 tanks, about a third of the attacking number, and the attacks fail. The next day, 68 tanks attack at Lade. The Finns destroy 25 of them, and the attacks there and at Summa again fail. Fighting on the 19th and 20th at Lade leaves 58 more burned-out Russian tanks. On the 20th, a tank battalion runs out of gas in front of Summa and just sits there being picked off piece by piece. 20 tanks do manage to reach Summa village the 20th, but 8 of them are destroyed and the attack fails. In fact, in the first 20 days of the fighting on the Karelian Isthmus, the Soviets have lost over 250 tanks. Trotter writes that one Russian tank brigade commander deserted to the Finns rather than face the consequences of reporting his losses. The first large-scale offensive, 15 days long, against the Mannerheim line has failed. 3/5 of the attacking tanks have been destroyed. But if Joseph Stalin's offensive is not going according to plan, neither is Chiang Kai-shek's. His is supposed to be a series of coordinated attacks across China to take back big chunks of territory, from Shaanxi province in the north to Guangxi in the south. But Chiang's ally, Yan Xishan, who had formerly controlled the lost territory in Shaanxi, makes his own deal with the Japanese to gain control of parts of Shaanxi and pulls out of the campaign. And when the Japanese had taken Nanning last month, which cut off that route to the sea, it really impaired the nationalist army's ability to quickly deploy troops. To try to stop the Japanese interruption of southern Chinese communications, Chiang orders a counterattack from his headquarters at Yulin. On the 16th, 150,000 men strong, they set out and capture the Kunlun Pass, 60 kilometers north of Nanning in Guangxi province, the 18th. This is a strategic point. The Japanese will take it back to 19th, but, spoiler, will lose it again on the 31st. In other parts of China, on the 16th, the Chinese captured Kaifeng in Henan province after 2 weeks of fighting. On the 18th, the Chinese 6th Cavalry cuts the railroad between Hohhot and Saikin. This prevents the Japanese from moving reinforcements towards Baotou. On the 19th, the Chinese 35th Corps attack Baotou itself and enter the city on the 20th. The Japanese are pushed back to just a corner of the city, but they hold their positions awaiting reinforcements. The Chinese have made some decent progress retaking territory, but it's really just a drop in the bucket, and the Japanese are now poised to fight back and to fight back hard. I mentioned Joseph Stalin, and I'm going to again now. December 21st is Joseph Stalin's 60th birthday, though I am aware that different sources have slightly different birth dates for him. He gets a lot of telegrams of congratulations, one from Adolf Hitler. Hitler offers best wishes for the prosperous future of the peoples of the Soviet Union. And Stalin replies, the friendship of the peoples of Germany and the Soviet Union, cemented by blood, has every reason to be lasting and firm. The blood that has so far cemented this friendship is the blood of Poles, and there will be more in the occupied territory. On the 19th, Governor Hans Frank writes in his diary about the Jews in his general government region. We cannot shoot 2.5 million Jews, neither can we poison them. We shall have to take steps, however, designed to extirpate them in some way, and this will be done. That is the end of the week. Chinese gains dotted around the country, but the loss of an ally, an aerial battle high above the sea that is a major influence on future strategy, and more Soviet military failures in Finland. The Finns have won, and won big style at Suma, but there is a real cost. They have to rebuild their defenses for one, lay new mines and new barbed wire everywhere. All of this building will have to take place by night so they can forget about sleep. Such food as they have is poor quality, but worse than that, they have a water shortage. You can't just suck on the snow either. It's been contaminated by all the shelling, and if you do, you get terrible stomach cramps. I will end with a Trotter quote. It had been a resounding defensive victory, but the more thoughtful Finnish officers looked beyond it and wondered what would have happened if the Russians had handled their armor professionally. Their defeat had been so smashing and one-sided that it seems reasonable to assume that the Russians too would ask that very question and next time do things better. The big question is, when is next time? And since Christmas is coming up, we would like to wish you a continued happy holiday season. In difference to the Great War, the First World War.
One of the many notable failures of Nazi Germany was that they sought to exterminate people instead of doing what America did with Oklahoma. Move all the Indians there. That's basically what they did. What the Germans should have done is make a Poland that's still independent as quickly as possible post-war, and give them a status of being forced to accept the people that Germany designates as undesirable in their own country. Then seek to carve a permanent territory of beyond this is Germany and beyond this is Poland, and be done with it the first time around. It is from Machiavelli. Machiavelli says that you should, after you win, do all your atrocities at a single time instead of do them trickled out over a period. Is it better for a leader to be feared or loved? Can I not say both, but if it is not possible, then perhaps feared. That is Machiavelli's answer. He is something of a master of evil.
Worried, huh? He should be. All right. December 29th, 1939. You are a national leader. Your oratory skills are legend. Your rhetoric, time and again, singles out specific groups of people as immoral, even subhuman. But what happens when some of those people are in a position to help your dreams for your nation? Well, perhaps then you embrace them. I'm Indy Nidell. This is World War II. Last week saw German and British planes fight in the sky over Heligoland Fight. It saw several days of heavy Soviet attacks against the center of the Finnish lines repeatedly repulsed, and it saw Chinese troops capturing Kaifeng south of the Yellow River and entering Baotou in the far north. This week, though, Japanese reinforcements arrive at Baotou. 8 tanks, 4 planes, 200 trucks, and 10 big guns. On the 24th, they force the Chinese onto the defensive, and a stalemate begins. This is part of Chiang Kai-shek's Chinese Nationalist Army offensive to retake lost territory. But bad as his troubles are after fighting 2.5 years of the Japanese invasion, they've been made worse by what was going on in Europe the past few months. Not just that war had broken out between Britain and France and Germany, but that peace had broken out between Germany and the Soviet Union. I like that Rana Mitter in Forgotten Ally calls it perhaps the most astounding ideological reversal of the 20th century. The European powers are now totally focused on themselves, and while China's plight has been a secondary concern before, now it isn't even on the back burner. The Chinese nationalists had actually had a relationship with Nazi Germany and had even received munitions from Germany in the early months of the war with Japan in 1937, even though the Anti-Comintern Pact of 1936 had theoretically bound Germany and Italy with Japan. And during that time, Chiang could drop hints to the major powers that he might ally with Germany, which would have been bad news for the Soviet Union. But in April 1938, Germany agreed to Japanese demands to stop aiding China. The friendship between Germany and the Soviet Union is a disaster for him. I mean, he had been, okay, maybe not desperate, but not far from it, to involve the Soviet Union in the fight against Japan. But now the Soviets have a pact with the Germans, who are allied with Japan. British support? Well, if British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain thought Czechoslovakia a far-off place of which we know nothing, then China is on Mars. No help there. The prospects of the U.S. helping are a little more solid, though the U.S. would not impose sanctions on Japan after the Japanese invasion of China began. Once the invasion reached the more southern parts of China, it became obvious that China could be closed to trade. So U.S. Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau swung China a loan of $25 million last year. That's around $440 million in 2018. But back to China and the USSR. Even though Chiang Kai-shek had been a rabid anti-communist, the best hope he had until now for a strong ally against Japan was the Soviet Union. I mean, they're in the region. They have a big army. And for the first 2 years of the war, the Soviets had helped the Chinese with advisors and even pilots. The Chinese used Soviet T-26 tanks. The Soviets were certainly worried about regional Japanese aggression and expansion. But all that changed the day the European war broke out. I mean, literally, the very day. Back in our first episode, I talked about the total Japanese defeat at the hands of Soviet and Mongolian forces at the Battle of Khalkhin Gol, the same day Germany invaded Poland. And that changed everything. For the Soviets and the Japanese, not only the ceasefire, they signed a non-aggression pact. And 2 weeks ago, Britain and France put forth a motion in the League of Nations to expel the USSR for its invasion of Finland. China is a member of the League Council and did not exercise its veto power. This made the Soviets angry, and now the relationship between Stalin and Chiang Kai-shek is one of mistrust. China cannot count on major Soviet help. It seems like the Soviets could use some major help of their own, though, in Finland. Well, maybe not on paper. Near Taipale, east of the Suvanto River, Finnish recon showed the Russian artillery batteries there outnumbered the Finns 111 to 9. On Christmas Day, under cover of fog, the Soviets attack across the frozen river. The fog betrays them, though, for their beachheads turn out to be exposed to several Finnish machine gun nests. When the fog lifts, they are massacred. Further north, other Soviet units have established themselves at Kelja and await reinforcements. These units are actually behind the Finnish right and close to some lateral roads and could cut off the whole Taipale sector. But for 24 hours, the Finns fight the reinforcements who try to arrive, with the battle very close and seesawing one way and then the other before the Russians can be expelled from Kelja. In total, for the battles of Taipale and Kelja, the Soviets would lose some 12,000 men killed. The Finns, less than a fifth of that, killed and wounded. Up in Suomussalmi on the 27th and 28th, a Finnish counterattack in minus 35-degree weather drives the Soviets back across the border. This goes on for another week, and over 25,000 Red Army troops meet their fate in the Battle of Suomussalmi, either killed in action or wounded and then freezing to death. The Finns suffer fewer than 2,000 killed and wounded. The Finnish burn farms to deny any shelter to the Soviet army. The few roads are mined and booby traps, and the Soviet troops start referring to the Finnish ski troops as Bele Smert, the White Death. There is one guy in particular that gets that sobriquet, Simo Hehe, a farmer and hunter just last month. By now, he is well on his way to his total, reportedly, of over 500 sniper kills. This is the highest recorded number in this or any war. He's been fighting in the Battle of Pola for the past few weeks, dressed in white, and Finnish military documents credit him with 138 sniper kills by December 22nd, just 3 weeks after the war began. The Finns do suffer a large failure of their own this week, the 23rd, on the Karelian Isthmus. After the successes on defense there the past few weeks, they launch an ambitious counterattack, a double pincer movement beyond Suma. If this works, it will ruin the Soviet timetable for their next offensive, giving the Finns as much as a month reprieve, during which time they can hopefully get help from the watching world. It does not, however, work. William Trotter writes, "There were so many things wrong with it that one scarcely knows where to begin describing them. The plan is overly complex and put into action by inexperienced troops. There is no armor to give it speed and no communications to make it flexible. They go into action just after a blizzard in temperatures, and the Russians might not have been great on offense, but they can dig in and fight just fine. The action is called off mid-afternoon before it becomes a total debacle, but it highlights the fact that the Finnish army is, in fact, inexperienced and unprepared when it comes to conventional warfare. And by now, the Soviet responses to the failures of December are slowly kicking into gear. Senior officers are replaced, and massive reinforcements will soon arrive. As for the Finns, they had had 3 weeks' supply of artillery shells for their limited artillery when the Soviets invaded. That was 4 weeks ago. As for those with whom Stalin has a pact, the Germans, well, it is not only Rana Mitter who thinks that pact perhaps the most astounding ideological reversal of the 20th century. On the 28th, Fritz Thyssen...
The day the war ended, post-war, the Finns have published some data on what they had remaining, and they had something like current consumption rate, 25 days of infantry ammo and 7 days of artillery ammo remaining. So starting at 3 weeks stockpile and not factoring in production and foreign assistance, and about 3 months in having 1 week of stockpile, once again not factoring in domestic production and foreign assistance. But by the end of the war, the foreign assistance was going down for reasons that we've stated before.
A German industrialist who'd been a staunch supporter of Hitler during his rise to Chancellor and Führer, writes Hitler a letter of protest. He has already protested the Nazi persecution of Christians in Germany in 1937 and the persecution of Jews the following year. He now writes this:
assistance Ukraine
now
is getting from the foreign
communism. Your
economy
propaganda
is
ministry
more than
even
Finland
dares
was
to
getting
state
in its
that
time.
the good Germans who voted for you, the professed opponents of communism, are, in essence, identical with those beastly anarchists who have plunged Russia into tragedy and who are described by you yourself as blood-stained common criminals. In the occupied territory this Christmas week, this is what Hitler's men do because of common criminals. On the night of the 26th, 2 criminals trying to escape arrest killed 2 German soldiers in Walwer, a town near Warsaw. Within a couple of hours, 120 random males, including non-locals who are visiting their families for Christmas, are tried, and 114 are sentenced to death. They are taken out in groups of 10 and shot and killed. 7 of them do not die and manage to later escape. 2 of the dead are American citizens, actually. whose passports have no effect upon their fate. The Polish last name of the father is enough for him and his 16-year-old son to be killed. Here are some notes to end the week. On the 27th, the first Indian troops arrive in France. On the 28th, British Minister of Food W.S. Morrison announces that starting January 8th, rationing will include butter, bacon, ham, and sugar. For December, in the Battle of the Atlantic, German U-boats sink 25 ships and lose one of their own number. And the week ends with more major Finnish military successes, but also a big Finnish failure. The Finns are worried about the future concerning the Soviet Union, as are people in Germany, as are people in China, as is everybody. And perverted justice does not take a Christmas holiday in occupied Poland. The most astounding ideological reversal of the 20th century. Is it? It is very true that Hitler's rhetoric has always been strongly anti-communist, and he often called communist criminals. We know that he hasn't changed his views and has big military plans for the USSR. But for now, he is technically betraying his supporters. As for Chiang Kai-shek, he was also strongly anti-communist, but lately he's been working with the Chinese communists against the Japanese. Of course, it was his being kidnapped 3 years ago that forced an end to the Chinese Civil War and created this united front. But still, it just really goes to show that when wars break out, sometimes your deepest held beliefs go right out the window. Check out our Time Goes Cribs Christmas special to find out what we are up to in the new year. It is right here. You should definitely follow this war, World War II. Secret treaty, huh? Keep me posted. January 5th, 1940. There are two major invasions in progress this week, though half a world apart. And the responses just now are straightforward. If you can't beat them, join them. But if you can beat them, beat them. I'm Indy Nidell. This is World War II. Last week, the Finns had some more big success fighting off the Soviet invasion. But a counterattack of their own was a failure. Hitler and Stalin send each other Christmas greetings, a policy reversal that many take serious issue with, including Chiang Kai-shek. Here's what followed. 10,000 Japanese launch a counterattack in China's Shaanxi province, trying to relieve the nearly surrounded 36th Division. They are driven off by the end of the week. In the Guangzhou region of southern China, Chinese forces take Longshan II, Guangdu IV, and Qingtang V. Still, in spite of the Chinese advances made all across the country the past few weeks, Chiang Kai-shek's offensive has mainly turned into a stalemate. But there's more going on behind the scenes in China this week. Okay, Wang Jingwei had served as Chinese prime minister in the early 1930s, despite the fact that he and nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek disliked and distrusted each other. Wang left his post after nearly being assassinated. Since the war with Japan began in 1937, he has been extremely pessimistic about China's ability to win a military victory. And the idea of China being destroyed by the Japanese or the establishment of a communist China are anathema for him. And he thinks that a just peace with Japan is not only possible, but the only real positive outcome for China, since then Asia can resist the Western powers, whom he believes to be the real enemy. He also thinks Chiang Kai-shek has betrayed the nationalist cause by allying with the communists to fight the Japanese as a union, as they are doing now. But just negotiating with the enemy had gotten Wang kicked out of the Nationalist Party a year ago this week, on January 1st, 1939. Then, during the spring, he wangled a trip to Tokyo for more talks, but that was a disaster. The Japanese made it clear that a regime run by him would be only one of many separate Chinese regional puppet regimes under Japanese control. The Japanese would demand economic and military control of China as well. However, with Japanese military defeats after the summer showing that China wasn't going to go down as easily as the Japanese had thought, Wang was looking more and more attractive as the year reached its conclusion. And after November and December negotiations, an agreement is signed this week on the 30th to create a reorganized nationalist government with its capital at Nanjing, led by Wang Jingwei. This secret treaty is very one-sided and has all kinds of concessions, like with coal and iron for the Japanese. And northern China, which is now under a provisional puppet government under Wang Kemin, is still to be kept separate. Well, Gao Zhongwu, who's also been trying to negotiate peace and is now slated to serve as vice foreign minister under Wang, manages to photograph the treaty and get away with a copy. Disillusioned by the Japanese going back on all they'd earlier promised, he makes the terms of the treaty public, terms that include the Japanese still keeping troops and advisors all over China. And this is a big propaganda coup for Chiang Kai-shek. He can use this secret treaty to show that Japan has no interest in a genuine partnership, just a master puppet relationship. And since Chiang is the real prize for the Japanese, they do not send an ambassador to Nanjing as Wang starts building his government, because that would imply official diplomatic recognition. Wang is not the only one, though, who thinks this country cannot defeat a currently invading power. Max Hastings writes, "The Finnish government never deluded itself that the nation could inflict absolute defeat on the Russians. It aspired only to make the price of fulfilling Stalin's ambitions high. This strategy was doomed, however, against an enemy indifferent to human sacrifice." I mentioned the fighting in Finland at Suomussalmi last week. The Russian 163rd Division that had been surrounded and cut off was not even really a fighting force anymore. The 44th Division was supposed to move in and save them at the end of last week, but they ended up not trying. The order was canceled. Now, 2 Finnish battalions ski over the ice to where the 44th is on the Rähte Road, mainly positioned on a 5-mile stretch of the road, but with platoons every 1/8 of a mile securing it all the way back to the Russian border. Tanks patrol between the platoons. The Finns attack the head of the whole column, which causes the Russians to dig in, as the Finns had planned, which gives the Finns time to regroup all the Suomussalmi forces for a new attack. On New Year's Day, that attack begins. They cut the road and fortify the breaking point, and then attack the Russian columns pretty much only hand-to-hand. So the Russians can't use heavy artillery, and all the horse-drawn units add to the traffic chaos on the road. The tanks aren't any real help either, especially once the road is cut and mined. The Finns even use the tanks as cover. Soviet air power watches helplessly from above, since any attack would also be an attack against its own. The Soviet troops aren't even really in any condition to fight by this point, and many have reached the edges of starvation. General Vinogradov refuses to order the retreat, though, since he himself has not received higher orders to do so, but finally does on the 6th, so tomorrow. This is the men's situation by then. The men no longer had the strength or spirit to break through. They panicked and ran, or were shot down in shelters and dugouts without an attempt to escape. It was later learned that the Soviet troops had been without food for 5 days at temperatures of 30 to 40 degrees below zero. A lot of quotes today. Max Hastings writes of Karl Maidans, a Life magazine photographer, who describes a battle scene like this. The Russian dead spotted the ice crust. They lay lonely and twisted in their heavy trench coats and formal boots, their faces yellowed, eyelashes white with a tinge of frost. The forest was strewn with weapons and pictures and letters. Here were the bodies of dead tanks with blown treads, dead carts, dead horses, and dead men, blocking the road and defiling the snow under the old black pines. Most of the 44th Division are killed or freeze to death, but 1,300 become POWs. A captured Russian colonel has this to say: "For whom was this war worthwhile? And for what? We had no idea of what can we possibly offer you Finns that you don't already have? The Finnish worker is better dressed than the Russian communist official." The Finns have captured quite a booty by now. From just the 44th, they get 43 tanks, 200 trucks, 100 machine guns, 6,000 rifles, over 1,000 horses, 46 artillery pieces, and 29 anti-tank guns. That's not even counting all the stuff from the 163rd. Hand in hand with that, the main problem for the Russians along the border was supplies. When they advanced, they found literally nothing, no food or shelter that they could use, and their supplies from the Murmansk Railroad did not regularly arrive. Actually, had the Finns cut the railroad, all of the Russians north of Lake Ladoga would have likely starved to death or eaten each other after the horses were gone. But this the Finns could not accomplish. So the Russians got food. Sometimes. But the coldest part of the winter is yet to arrive. In case you wonder, after the actions on the Rathe Road, Vinogradov and the other leaders of the 44th Division are executed. On New Year's Eve, the German General Staff evaluates the Red Army's Finland performance. In quantity, it was fine, but organization, equipment, and means of leadership unsatisfactory, communication system bad, transportation bad, fighting qualities of the troops and heavy fighting dubious. The Russian mass is no match for an army with modern equipment and superior leadership. Adolf Hitler has a New Year message to the German people. The Jewish capitalistic world will not survive the 20th century. During the first week of the new year, up to 70 people starved to death in just Warsaw. Also, the curfew there for Jews is 8 p.m., and if you break that, even with a fast, you are liable to be shot. This week, cattle trucks, sealed cattle trucks, arrived there carrying 1,000 POWs who've been locked in them for 13 days and sent from East Prussia. When they are opened, 211 men have frozen to death. Several more die within hours of their arrival. Some have been driven insane by the ordeal. And here is a German note to end the week. Yesterday, the 4th, Hermann Goering is given overall control of the German war industry. And so the first week of 1940 comes to an end, though the suffering in Poland does not, with devastating losses for the Red Army in the Finnish forest, a Japanese counterattack in China, and a collaborationist government being revealed before it exists there. But Wang Jingwei is to set up that government to collaborate with the Japanese.
So, 7 days into the first full month of the war in Ukraine, and we are about, I think we're 11 or 15 days in. First 3 days, Ukraine got maybe 500 guys worth of, it's too loud, 500 guys worth of equipment every day. Then from roughly day 3 to day 5 to about day 15 or wherever we currently are, they're getting about 3,000 guys worth of equipment in foreign donations and volunteers a day. They started with about 500 when people were still wondering if this is going to be a quick affair or if they're actually going to be able to like give their 2 weeks notice and actually still contribute. And now that it looks like they can, the amount of volunteers is increasing. There is a fairly large refugee crisis at the border because Ukraine has stated that no man between the ages of 18 and 60 should be able to leave the country. I consider that the first strategic Russian victory of the war. That's my opinion of that decision. It's the first act in not allowing the Ukrainian population to live on their own. The state telling them that they must fight is, in the hearts of iron terms, the scraping of the barrel decision. That is, in my opinion, what we're talking about here. And Ukraine's military is not starved for manpower. It is starved for equipment and economy, and neither of those benefit from the decision of not allowing people who want to flee to flee. You should make, in my opinion, a public appeal to keep things like basic industry and stuff of that nature ongoing. That your country still produces goods and your country still, despite being at war, like makes cars for your economy, you know what I mean? Not blow your entire economy on a single conflict yet.
Chiang Kai-shek is currently collaborating with the Chinese communists to fight the Japanese. But what if the Chinese people, the regular average people, the peasants, what do they get? Well, they get the bloody horrors of modern war visited upon them day after day, year after year. Happy New Year. And all of this will be considered.
Olipa kerran prinsessa, joka oli hieman erilainen kuin muut.
Minä olen Elli. Tervetuloa meidän kaupunkiin, Samuvaaraan!
Motti. Yeah,
Motti.
Motti.
Moti district.
January 12th, 1940. Motti is a Finnish word for around half a cord of wood, which foresters chop and then leave behind them to be picked up later on. In the Winter War, the ongoing Soviet invasion of Finland, it means a group of surrounded enemy soldiers. The Motti battle begins as this week does. I'm Indy Nidell. This is World War II. Last week, the Chinese continued to make small, piecemeal advances versus the Japanese. The Japanese signed a secret treaty for a Chinese collaborationist government to be set up, but terms of that treaty were made public, and they were harsh on the Chinese. And near the Finnish border, invading Russian divisions were being absolutely destroyed by the Finns. But Soviet leadership has made some big changes to prepare for future offensives. General Semyon Timoshenko, who took part in the occupation of Poland, is the new Soviet Commissar of Defense and the commander of the Finnish campaign. He had previously been commander of the Northern Caucasus, Kiev, and Kharkov military districts. Timoshenko assures Joseph Stalin that he can crack the Mannerheim Line, the main Finnish defense system. But unlike what Stalin's general said 6 weeks ago, Timoshenko says it will not be a cheap victory in lies. He gets Stalin's promise that he will not be held responsible for the dead. Timoshenko's chief of staff is Georgy Zhukov. We saw him back in our very first episode when he beat the Japanese at Khalkhin Gol. Kliment Voroshilov, who was Commissar of Defense, is demoted to deputy chair of the Soviet Defense Council. And Kirill Meretskov, who would run the Finnish campaign until this week, is demoted to lead just the 7th Army in the Western Karelian Isthmus, as those troops are reorganized into 7th and 13th Armies. The biggest changes in actual procedure are in tactics, though. There had been no coordination between different types of units. The artillery hadn't been plotted, just pointed at general targets. Field leaders could not call in for supporting fire. Heck, there was plenty of friendly fire even. So is being done from top to bottom with tactical training that jive with reality, not theory. The main new battle plan against what the Soviets knew are stretched-thin defenses is called gnawing through and is simple. Armored wedge will pierce the Mannerheim Line. Waves of infantry then break the whole sector, and the Finns will abandon the whole position. Now, you might think this sounds like what they tried in December, but you'd be wrong. There will be intense branch coordination and proper artillery pre-plotting. Aerial recon has pinpointed the majority of the Finns' fortifications on the line, and a full-scale model of the Suma defense system has been built behind Russian lines for them to practice on and perfect coordination between armor, infantry, and artillery. The coming offensive is going to be anything but a repeat of last month. There is still fighting actively going on in Finland, though. The situation developed quite logically. As the fierce battles continued along the various northern roads, the Finns saw the segments of the Russian columns that they had isolated curl up like worms. They simply stopped and dug in with their panzers and artillery, and the Finns had no choice but to surround them. Soon, Western reporters were telling the world about the Finns' new kind of fighting tactics, but for the Finns, Mottis were a distasteful, though necessary, evil. The Mottis are different from each other. I mean, it depends on what sorts of units are surrounded. Some are only tank units, while some are infantry. Sometimes it's supply units, and sometimes even divisional headquarters. If it's trucks or tanks, they run out of gas pretty quickly. But if they have a lot of ammo, they can mount a powerful defense. and the Finns dig in around them. Food supplies in Moptis eventually dry up, and even though some food can be airdropped, it isn't nearly enough, and the Finns intercept a lot of that anyhow. When the days become weeks, the lack of food and supplies became dire. So why don't they try to break out back towards Russia? Well, Red Army manuals and orders from higher-ups say that all territory taken must be held to the last man. So they starve, they freeze to death. But destroying them is a tall order. In General Voldemar Hägglund's 4th Finnish Army Corps sector, for example, there are 160,000 Soviet troops in an area of just 100 square miles, most of them in Moptis or in the process of being formed into a Mopti. He can't give them a chance to regroup, so reinforcements are called in, and eventually the Finns number nearly 50,000 men. The real danger is the unsurrounded Soviet 168th Division, which together with the 18th Division and the 34th Tank Brigade have joined forces. Hägglund's forces attack beginning the 6th. They'll reach the shores of Lake Ladoga near Koirinoja starting at the end of this week. Meanwhile, other Finnish units arrive from the west to finish surrounding the Soviet units, and this completes the only actually planned Mopti of the Winter War. But Hägglund now has 10 powerful Moptis in his sector to deal with. There is, as I've said, a lot of public sympathy in Britain and France for the plight of the Finns, but public sympathy isn't being translated into much government action. There are some plans afoot for an expedition to Narvik, Norway's ice-free northern port, from where Germany gets its Swedish iron ore during the winter. The reason for that? The cynicism that characterized Allied policy during the Polish campaign thus reasserted itself. In the early months of 1940, London and Paris urged the Finns to keep fighting because if they quit, there would be no excuse for intervention in Norway. A wild French proposal to land an expeditionary force in Petsamo on the north coast was vetoed by the British, who still declined to clash headlong with the Russians. The French thinking leans strongly towards not directly challenging Adolf Hitler militarily. I mean, they could have been bombing the heavy German industry in the Saar all this time. It's within easy range, and they are at war, but they haven't done so. French Prime Minister Edouard Daladier and company want to get the action as far from France as they can. So they have plans to help strengthen the naval blockade of Germany by cutting the Swedish iron supplies. This will mean violating Norwegian neutrality, either with mines in Norwegian coastal waters or sending troops onto Norwegian land. German ships are currently not respecting Norwegian neutrality in terms of the Norwegian coastal waters. So on January 6th, Lord Halifax, British Foreign Secretary, tells the Norwegians that Britain is going to mine Norwegian waters to force German ships out further to sea where they can be attacked. He does not ask for Norwegian consent. And other attacks are being planned further to the south. On the 10th, Hitler sets the 17th as the date for his big attack in the west. Germany will begin saturation bombing of the French airfields the 14th. By now, 2 million German troops have been moved to near the borders of France and the Benelux countries. The forecast is for nearly 2 weeks of clear weather. Also on the 10th, though, 2 German officers in a Messerschmitt B-108 courier plane, Major Helmut Reinberger, plans in his briefcase and is unable to destroy them before they are taken by the Belgians, who turn them over to the Allies. This is the Mechelin incident. Hitler still plans on going through with the attack, though an immediate effect of the incident is that he decrees no one, no agency, no officer is permitted to learn more about a matter that is to be kept secret that he absolutely needs to know for official purposes. This enables Hitler to keep the political and social workings away from military commanders, which might be a good thing for him because, as Martin Gilbert writes, mass executions had become the method both of seeking to cow the Polish population and of destroying those Germans who were considered unworthy of life. On the 9th, Dr. Hildebrand, chief of SS and police of Greater Danzig, West Prussia, reports that his SS units have executed around 4,000 mental patients in Polish hospitals and also around 2,000 incurable Germans in Pomerania. Here are some notes to end the week. On the 6th, Finnish pilot Jorma Sarvanto shoots down 6 bombers of a Soviet formation in rapid succession. This makes the news worldwide and is reported as a record. On the 8th, the last of 316,192 British children who were evacuated to the British countryside when the war broke out returned to their homes. On the 11th, France announces that no beef, veal, or mutton will be sold on Mondays or Tuesdays. And another week of the war comes to an end. With the Finns surrounding the Soviets, Hitler again planning to attack in the West, and everyone planning to violate Norwegian neutrality. Though the Allies, at least, aren't going to tell that to the public. I mean, how can they? Britain's supposed casus belli for the First World War was Germany violating Belgian neutrality. How do you think the British public will feel if they now just start mining Norwegian waters and landing troops there? But they won't tell them. See, that's how modern war works. Plans that will surely kill thousands of people are built on lies and deception. And in all of this is the conspicuous absence of U.S. involvement. If you want to understand more about why the U.S. was on the sidelines during these mounting conflicts, check out our episode about the origins of U.S. isolationism in the 20s and 30s in our Between Two Wars series. It is right here. You should also definitely follow World War II day by day on Instagram. The link is below. Our patron of the week is Fritjof Manke. It is Fritjof and the rest of the growing Time Ghost army that keeps this series advancing.
We've all been there. A casual conversation with family, coworkers.
Yeah, there's even a Jamaican guy. Okay. January 19th, 1940. One of the largest nations in history attacked a foe a tiny fraction of its size. That foe fought back and fought back well. But the battle will continue, though that foe is no longer alone. Here come the volunteers. I'm Indy Nidell. This is World War II. Last week's Gomokti battles, Finnish attacks against surrounded Red Army units, began in earnest. The Soviets had shaken up both their chain of command and their basic tactics, gearing up for a major offensive. Both the Allies and Germany were thinking of violating Norwegian neutrality, and Adolf Hitler made plans for an attack in Western Europe this week, but those plans fell into Belgian hands in the Michelin incident. And the Belgians are anything but happy about it. On the 15th, they protest to the Germans. They do not wish to again be a battlefield. The British and French believe that they will be asked or invited to move troops into Belgium now to prepare for a German attack, but Belgium still says, no way, Jose. As for that attack, on the afternoon of the 13th, a possibility of fog causes Hitler to delay it until the 20th. But that evening, it becomes clear to Berlin that the Dutch and Belgians have begun to mobilize, which makes sense. And it is also soon clear that even beyond the Michelin incident, there is an intelligence leak. It is in fact Colonel Hans Oster, who we mentioned before, Deputy Chief of German Secret Service, who gave details of the attack to the Dutch attaché in Berlin, who in turn sent them by coded message to Brussels. The Germans had cracked the Belgian codes, though, so they now know there is a leak. It's not who it is. Still, it is not this, but the weather forecast on the 16th, just before the postponed preliminary bombing is now supposed to begin, causes Hitler to again cancel the plan. He wants at least 8 straight days of clear weather, calls the attack off until the spring. He also orders a military committee to think about action in the far north in Norway, to possibly use Narvik or Trondheim as U-boat bases, which will also completely secure the vital Swedish iron ore there from Allied interference. This is codenamed Research N. As for the Allies, General Edmund Ironside, chief of the British Imperial General Staff, thinks that sending at least a brigade to help the Finns in their war will justify taking the Norwegian ports themselves. He thinks mining Norwegian waters and the occupation of Bergen and Stavanger should happen no later than March 20th. He wants at least 5 divisions for this, with bomber and fighter support. But aid from the West for the Finns is actually beginning to arrive. as are volunteers. In fact, the Soviets protest strongly to the Swedes on the 13th for allowing British volunteers to pass through neutral Sweden. The protest is to no avail, and the Swedes let the volunteers pass, provided they wear no uniforms, are unarmed, and are not in active service with an Allied army. By the beginning of 1940, there were hundreds of Help Finland projects at work in Sweden, and though an awful lot of people wanted to help, it was a trickier situation with the Swedish government. Offering enough aid to make an actual difference would seriously compromise neutrality. Direct intervention could mean hostility from the USSR or Germany or both. They're maybe being oversensitive in terms of the Germans. I mean, Hitler is probably not going to allow a Soviet state to take route 5 minutes flying time from Germany, especially one that controls the ore that Germany needs for its own war effort. Anyhow, Winter War and keep Stalin occupied and unable to interfere in any of Hitler's plans. So for Hitler, that'd be a good thing. William Trotter thinks the Swedish population would have overwhelmingly voted to go to war if they'd had the chance. And when Foreign Minister Rickard Sandler called Swedish official policy neutrality carried to the point of pure idiocy in the parliament, got a standing ovation. Now, he actually left the government last month because of differences over what Sweden should or should not do for Finland. He is very much in favor of actively helping the Finns. Sweden does top the list in foreign aid to the Finns, though, supplying 100 machine guns, 89 artillery pieces, 77,000 rifles, 85 AA guns, and 8,000 volunteers, many of whom will see action. Germany did actually allow weapons to pass through en route to Finland until a Swedish newspaper ran the story. And when Soviet diplomats complained, Hitler's policy towards Finland became silence. The USSR propaganda machine keeps doing its business, telling the world that Finland is the real aggressor, because that makes sense. Claiming that the Kuusinen government I talked about December 1st is the legitimate Finnish government, and that Carl Gustav Mannerheim, who commands the Finnish armed forces, gigantic Russia, that most of the world's communists used to sit this one out. Actually, here's a good quote from Trotter about what was happening during the January lull in the fighting on the Karelian Isthmus. The Russians began using loudspeaker trucks to broadcast propaganda programs towards Finnish lines. The Finns started looking forward to them since the music was refreshing and the Red Artillery had orders to cease firing during the playing of Kuusinen speeches so the Finns would not miss a word. They actually used the speech time to run and have toilet breaks. The Red Army has changed its tactics after the disasters of December. Part of the new strategy is the heavy bombing of road and railway junctions to cripple Finnish movement, also of army depots and the docks. On just January 14th, 35 towns are bombed. Thing is, what are you really going to bomb? 90% of Finland is rural wilderness. The rail centers, of course, are important and are bombed to smithereens this month. But one of the easiest transportation things to rebuild is a train track. So the trains are usually running again a few hours after the bombing. Helsinki isn't much targeted after the first day of the war. Trotter suggests that this might partly be because the Soviets didn't think it worth bombing if they might, in addition, wipe out some nation's embassy or kill a bunch of foreign journalists. He writes that only 5% of total man-hour production time was lost because of all the bombing, though it does make people very angry. Around 650 Finns are killed in over 2,000 bombing raids. The Soviets have success, however, at Turku Harbor, where the most foreign aid arrives, and where they destroy nearly 80% of the docking facilities. And Viipuri, the second largest Finnish city, is pretty well flattened, mainly by railroad guns fired all the way from Leningrad. They also destroyed Mannerheim's headquarters at Mikkeli. But while the airstrikes have mixed success, plans for the coming offensive on the Mannerheim line are in full swing. Dozens of KV heavy tanks are brought in. These 40 vulnerable on decent ground. Tank doctrine is no longer going to be break through way ahead of support and then wait and see what happens. Tanks will have limited objectives and are under strict orders not to outpace infantry support. It's the artillery that is to be the real killer, though. 2,800 heavy guns, including the huge railway guns, that will send massive shells into the Finnish rear. Balloon spotters protected by fighter planes will direct the artillery from high above the battlefield by radio. Well, that's plans for the continuing invasion. What is happening in places where the invasion is complete, like German-occupied Poland? Andrzej Kot, the leader of PLAN, an underground organization in Warsaw, which translated is Polish People's Independence Action, had been captured by the Gestapo. Kot is the son of parents who had converted from Judaism to Catholicism. He studied in England, but returned to Poland at the beginning of the war, and was one of the founders of PLAN and the head of the fighting division. Now, most of the PLAN leaders have been caught after its first few actions, but Kot has managed to escape Gestapo headquarters. Tomorrow, 20th, a poster will appear that promises a hefty reward for the Jew Andrzej Kot. But starting even before that on the 18th, dozens of people will be arrested in the Kot affair as a group of terrorists. It will not be until August that the Gestapo release two lists of the prisoners involved, with the heading, "A list of those arrested on January 18 to 25, 1940. One, with 165 names, the word dead is written at the top of the page. The word alive is typed on the second list of 90 names. Of 155 people, 208 had professions listed: lawyers, doctors, rabbis, and so forth. Apparently, though, the families of those listed as alive never see those individuals again. Here is a political tweet to end the week. On the 14th, Japanese Prime Minister Nobuyuki Abe and his cabinet resigned. He is a former general in the Imperial Army, the ex-governor general of Korea, and has only been prime minister for 4 months. He has been driving for an end to the Sino-Japanese War, and no alliance with Nazi Germany or fascist Italy, but instead neutrality and no involvement. He is ousted by his opponents, the hawks of the Imperial Army. Admiral Mitsumasa Yonai gets the nod to form a new government. So that was the week. The Germans calling off their plans for an attack in the west, even as the Soviets are beginning to put their new plan in action in the north. The Swedish government saying it's not going to interfere with those plans, even as volunteers and supplies for the Finns stream through Sweden. There's something uplifting about humanity that we see even during the toughest times. Well, especially during the toughest times. People always come to fight against the big guy. Even in the most repressive regimes in history, there have always been underground movements, resistance movements, volunteers against tyranny. I suppose this is the indomitable nobility of the human spirit. Sure, it might sometimes disguise wide-eyed innocence, but it's there. It's always there. It's always refreshing. And as for neutrality, if you'd like to see our Between Two Wars episode about some of the background to American isolationism and anti-globalism in the 20s and 30s, you can click right here for that. Our patron of the week is David Lalonde. Viewer support on Patreon is what finances the show. If you'd like to also support us on Patreon, there's a link below. See you next time.
Well, this is laggy and overheaty. Here's the rough railway track, but this is kind of wrong because they should go through the south front here. But this is a rough estimate of it. So you can see that if the invader from the east manages to cut the connection between Helsinki and Viipuri, for example, it will be only possible to get to Helsinki before the invaders' main army reaches it by crossing through the northern train track. You can go through land, but you might not get there in time, like normal infantry maneuvers. It's a long distance to go on foot, so you know. But you can see that the defenses in the Viipuri here, and especially during this part, are quite lengthy compared to compressing 90% of your army here and slowing down to push to Helsinki. But during this particular conflict, it appeared like the Soviets would be able to prevent our army's withdrawal from the Karelian Isthmus to Helsinki. Because, as I said earlier, we didn't have information on how well defended a city can hold against a land invader. We assumed fairly quick collapse of Viipuri, but had it held like Kharkov, for example, we could have easily had the time to evacuate between Helsinki and Viipuri. But since we knew that that would be the next logical defense line, and they offered less than that in their demand, it was, a way to get out of the war. So at late conscription, meaning that everybody gets taken to the office, but everybody can refuse to actually do the service. Women also, and also finding jobs in the military for people who volunteer with B fitness category. We get, as a Scandinavian Union, 1.9 million army in the field until all the manpower that we get from the population increase goes to the Navy and the Air Force. And the army gets upgraded slowly to a more modern footing. That's what it does. I have a lot of 22 damage weapons, and I'm building a shit ton of 40 damage weapons. It means that only the second most oldest category is available. Actually, I might want to just do this before I go for a little walk. None of those, and only those. That's good. Then cavalry, which is the second with some old weapons. And only one with light or heavy tanks. And I think that covers all of my field division's usage of 3D equipment. There we go. There we go. Now let's look at huge boost of building fighters, but it consumed my resources a little unevenly, so now I'm building a lot of infantry equipment. I'm, by the way, very old in infantry equipment. It's rather sad, but it is the case of the situation. So we're looking at around 50,000 soldiers worth of foreign aid that we can give before it starts to affect our own army, which we cannot do. So, judging by the brigade a day, that would be, in our case, about 20 days of maximum support, and then it would peter out. So I'm gonna be playing the Ukonuska thing. And I'm gonna be making a new broadcast. Actually, never mind, I'm gonna do it like this.
Ei tarvitse. Sitten joskus kun mä tarvitsen lainaa, niin on vaan sitten niin se on parempi. Ihan hyvä kuulla. Joo, niin mä teen nyt sitä podcastia, niin se on vähän niin kuin mun duuni. Mulla on 35 fania. Se on, kun tekee nettiin videoita, missä pelaa ja tekee kaikkea niin kuin tämmöistä, niin se on sama kuin podcast, mutta se on niin kuin netti. Mä pelaan omia pelejä, niin kun mulla on muutamia, mitä mä oon nyt nettiin laittanut kaikkia Suomen historian juttuja ja tämmöisiä. Niin ne on tosi siistiä. Mut joo, oli hyvä nähdä Tää oli liikaa. Joo. Mä annan sulle minusta. Okei. Nyt ei ole saanut just mulla. Ei ole. Joo. Tää on hyvä, kiitoksia. Oikein hyvää päivänjatkoa. No näin, mennään. Hyvää jatkoa. Moro. The batteries were too hot. The laptop was also not in the corner of the surface that I'm using for it because in the surface the heat can get under it, and I'm now noticing how hot the surface has been under the laptop. It's noticeably slow. So I'm this monarch lady. I'm playing Isekai the Adventure, in that I imagine myself to be born as somebody in a new character mode and give myself the attributes that I would prefer and then play as myself and see what occurs. I'm Finland. Started with this province, and through a system of smart engagements, I eventually got control of what amounts to the Kingdom of Finland, and now I'm slowly expanding towards the northern parts of the historic region of Finland where the Kingdom of Sami is, and they are dispersed. The reason I'm expanding, and one of the main points of it, is that I need to do this first. This slowly increases the Finnish and Sami's cultural acceptance of each other, because I have the very southernmost corner of Sami territory, and there's this point. The
Swedes were in the beginning of this game in like 1050 or something, maybe even 1100. The Swedes were Astaratu, as in a native northern religion. They're now Catholic and they're expanding towards the north, while the Sami regions share a religion with me. And the Orthodox Catholics are expanding from the south, and they've already cut off this region of Ukanuska from me. So I have to expand quickly to contain the power of the Novgorodians in the south. First, I will probably take this, but as you can see, my domain control is already above the limit. So I will soon need to give somebody a domain of their own. Getting wooed on by the weaponsmith. You are old enough to study foreign language. You will pick East's like. I'm learning the languages for everyone in my dynasty around me. Everybody gets all kinds of education. My dynasty is still insignificant. Somebody with good inheritable traits. That's inbreeding. So there's nobody with good inheritable traits. Gosh darn it. Then you will marry somebody who has good traits but not inheritable. You are calm and lustful. Okay, you will have to marry this guy. And you will marry into this house. There's somebody who's beautiful. Oh, grandson. instead of meddling around with the processor usage settings, I will just keep it at max, and if it crashes, I will not upload a gameplay for a while. I also turned my battery, or what you I think call, I don't think it's called battery in English, but it's battery in French. I turned it down by 2 notches because it was getting a little bit too warm. Winter is winter. So once it starts to be warm again, you don't want to overheat yourself quickly. This evidently did not save the marriage and other things I did. Once I have full cultural tolerance of the Sami, which I don't have for a while, I will take them as quickly as I can. I intend to protect the regional native faith from the encroaching Christian tribes. That will require some very fine and astute balancing. the outside in terms of human rights. I don't do raiding much. Nearly undertaken it, but I remain at low level in it. So now I have one of the 3 required holy sites to turn into a feudal kingdom. I can't find how to cancel the one with the inbred trait, so I suppose there will now be one inbred in toast. Mac in toast. You shall not quarrel with guests in my house. It's a legacy. Now the thing is that those 4,000 guys get to reinforce and rebuild morale. I will also rebuild morale. However, I will not reinforce because I'm sieging. And my supplies are running out while their supplies are getting rebuilt to maximum, just in case they need to siege Osel back. As you can see, my is not increasing, and I have a nutrition of 1% a month. I am still, however, well supplied, but I am going down in supply. Once supply reaches close to zero, I will have to split it into stacks that can be supplied. This province might be able to supply me at some point, but not at the moment. Before supply runs to zero, I will have to. They're advancing from the south. Before supply runs to zero, I will have to besiege the city. I wonder if supply will now stop decreasing. Yes, it's now stopped decreasing. It is also not increasing. I'm trying to maintain good relations with Sweden without going into their union unless they form Scandinavian Union, which I doubt. New fascination. Nice.